Please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to the Union Township Board of Trustees regular meeting November 18th at 6 p.m. Mr. Campbell, let the record show all three trustees are present. Is there any correspondence tonight?
No, sir, I have none. Thank you.
All right, moving forward, proclamations and special presentations. I'd like to welcome the Municipal Township Trash Aggregation Discussion and Informational Session by Ms. Hannah Lovers, Adams Claremont Solid Waste District Director. This is a special presentation brought forward by, I believe Trustee Becker requested it to be on the schedule for tonight.
Always talking trash.
So I was looking forward to hearing it now, because I've had a few emails come in to me about different trash services, and it caught me by surprise. So now I know where it's coming from. So thank you.
Well, thanks for having me tonight. Hannah Lubers with the Solid Waste District, as you said, and to talk about solid waste trash franchising. And what a franchise is just when a township enters into a contract with a waste hauler for that waste hauler to become the exclusive hauling service in the township. And that could be for residential waste services or for commercial. Most typically, it's residential services. Next slide. I don't have a clicker, do I? Okay, thanks. So the solid waste district, one of our goals is to divert 25% of the waste that goes to the landfill. Townships that have franchises and contracts for waste collection, they get curbside recycling included in their contract, and so that naturally increases the amount of recycling. So that checks one of our boxes, and so the solid waste district likes to offer a program in helping the townships and developing the bids and the franchise for solid waste collection as one of our programs. So our services would be available if the township wanted to proceed in this direction. We would help step the township through all of the formation of the bid documents. We use an outside attorney that specializes in solid waste issues to help draft all of those legal documents from the bid package all along to the award of bid. We'd help with any public meetings that were necessary, any citizen concerns, and we can also meet with the solid waste industry reps, different waste providers during that process. So we see it all the way through until award of bid if the township decides to do that. Next slide, please. Townships are authorized to franchise for waste collection under Ohio Revised Code. They may enter into the contracts with independent contractors for waste disposal. However, they must go through the bidding process. There are several benefits in addition to just having curbside recycling to forming a franchise, one of them being deferred maintenance. When you have an open market for trash, you have several garbage trucks going through neighborhoods. They may only have one customer on a street, and you have that heavy truck moving down the street. So you'll have more than one trash truck on the roads, and so that results in more potholes and more road maintenance that's needed. So that's one benefit that we see. You also see better pricing because the haulers can bid on the trash service. They know what kind of customer base they're going to have, so they're able to offer more competitive pricing and more consistent pricing. And then you'll get more services. In addition to recycling, you can ask for many other services, including large item pickup. So bulky items, if you have a couch or an old mattress or something like that, you could have it picked up as part of your service. So just to give you an idea of the pricing, surveyed some Union Township residents in the open market, and the prices range $32 to $45 a month for trash collection, and that's just trash collection. If you want to add recycling, curbside recycling, the price ranged from $3.50 to $6.25 a month. And some of the waste haulers do not provide curbside recycling services. And then if you want a bulky item pickup or large item pickup, you have to pay extra for that if your waste hauler does provide that service. And I've heard prices around $25 to $100 per item if they will provide that. If you look at the other townships that we've helped form a franchise, I listed 3 of them here: Batavia, Ohio, and Williamsburg Township. The average rate that they have in their 2025 terms is $23.40. and that includes curbside recycling and large item pickup. And there's a variety of frequency of the large item pickup. Some townships have it weekly, some townships have it monthly, anywhere in between that. And then, of course, Pierce Township is a little bit different because they have a waste levy, and that's another option that the township could elect to do, but that might be a little bit harder to proceed with. But what you see there is that it's assessed based on the value of the home property, so the price varies. But for a $300,000 house, it's about $24.76 that they would pay monthly, but that's on their tax bill. So you would see a savings around $20 per month. It's hard to say what kind of bids you would get back, but based on the other township prices and what residents are paying currently in Union Township, there would be a savings of about $20 a month, and that would include more services. So next slide. The township could have two options. If they wanted to go out to bid for this, they could go solely out to bid, just Union Township, or they could ask me, the Solid Waste District. We could form a consortium and try and get other townships to join in, and that would just potentially, theoretically, it would invite more competitive bidding because you'd have more households. So there's around 20,000 households, I think. I don't know the exact number in Union Township. We can figure that out, but you might see 50,000 households might attract a lower price in your bids if you formed a consortium. And that's what, we tried to do that several years ago, unsuccessfully, but in Columbus and some of the neighborhoods there, they form consortiums, and so they have pretty fair prices there with a lot of services. For developing the bid, we would include in the base bid recycling, curbside recycling, and it would likely be a trash cart, like a 65-gallon cart. It could be a bigger one. You could include that as an option. And then there would be a 95-gallon waste cart. And then there are several other options you could include in the bid package. And then next slide. So lots of other variables you could include in your bid packet. You would want to just work with me and work with the waste hauler to make sure you're developing a competitive bid. You don't want to ask for everything under the sun, because then you're not going to get very fair pricing when they submit those packages and those bids. Yard waste is one that you might consider. Curbside yard waste is an option. You could have that as an alternative add-on, just to make sure that the price doesn't go up too high. And then large item pickup would definitely encourage including that in the bid. And then you can also have community services, so the township could add in trash service for their buildings, their government buildings. You could include dumpsters, roll-off containers for your cleanup days. The communities in Columbus had about 8 roll-offs that were included annually, 30-yard roll-offs to the township or community for their cleanup days, and that was included in their monthly residential price. And then also special events, so if you have festivals and things like that at the parks, you could have trash service included in that as well. Next slide. There's several other considerations. Mandatory participation, that's something that's an option. I don't know of any communities in Claremont County that do that, but it is an option. It could attract a more competitive bid, but you'll still get a pretty good price even if you don't have mandatory participation. We would just want to include the amount of households that we expect the bidders to service in that, and make sure we specify that you're not getting mandatory participation from every household. So basically, if a resident does not have waste collection now and you go out to bid and award the contract, we would make sure we include it in the language that they don't have to have waste collection, but if they do have waste collection, it has to be with this exclusive provider. You can have hand service or senior rates included. You could have volume-based bids, so if you don't generate that much trash, you could have a smaller can and pay a lower fee for that. And then you could also dictate the hours of service. What hours of the day and night do you want the trucks on the road? There's other considerations, administrative considerations. You can have the township do the billing, or you could have the hauler do the billing. All of the communities, the townships in Claremont County have the hauler do the billing, and that's typically quarterly, but you could change that if you wanted to. And you can have local phone number or local customer service office in there. And then typically it's a 5-year term, and then I would encourage to add a 2-year renewal option as well. And then for fees, You could have an escalator, you might attract more competitive bids if you have an escalator in there as well. So if the township wanted to proceed in this, this is the timeline that I would expect to see, give or take a few months. December, January, we could have meetings with the township to work on developing the package, make sure you have all the specifications that you want in there. And by February, you could approve the package, and then you could put that out in March. And then in April, you want to give like 5 to 6 weeks for them to develop their bids. And then in May, you could award the contract, and then you could also elect to not award the contract to anyone. You just have to have the language written out that way in the bid. And then the haulers encourage about 5 to 6 months of a rollout period before the service would start. So you'd be looking at October or November. And I know Batavia Township's contract expires in October, so that's one township that might be interested in forming a consortium if you're interested in doing that. But of course, you could go at it alone. That's what every other township has done so far, and they've gotten competitive pricing. So that's all I have. There is one more slide, which is my contact information. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Trustee Dills?
Ms. Lubers, thanks for coming out tonight. I know you can be with your family, and I appreciate you taking the time to explain everything very much. So appreciate that. What's the negative feedback that you get from residents?
The big one is taking away the right to choose their waste hauler. You would be surprised at, I guess, allegiances that folks have to their
Sure.
waste hauler.
Yeah.
But they have a good level of service with them over a number of years. They might not like to be told that they have to change providers. The other negative issue that we ran into, I don't know if it would be much of an issue here, but in Monroe Township, the carts they were so big. There are some people that have really long driveways. They had a hard time moving the cart to the end of their driveway. So just have to be creative. There's a lot of, that was one of the first bids that we did, and you can add language in to allow for hand service, things like that. So they might have to pay another $1 a month, but they can have their own trash container and not use a cart.
I assume this is strictly residential, not commercial, correct?
Yeah, you could do commercial, but it would be
Alright.
pretty challenging.
Alright.
There's already contracts there, and who has primacy.
I personally like the idea, roughly $20 a month. However, I'll tell you, like, what was it, 2019 or whatever it was, the township voted for aggregation for gas and all that.
Yeah.
I hate it, capital H, hate it. I hate it. I wish we never did it. I don't like it, because we get bombarded with emails, and
Yeah.
honestly, they're usually silly emails, and it's the same question over and over and over. You know, we'll enter an agreement, it saves them 0.2 on a kilowatt hour. I'm just throwing out stuff because I don't know the language. And we enter an agreement, 6 months later, Duke beats that price. Next thing you know, we've got all these residents upset and angry with us. I hate it. I want nothing to do with it. I hate it. It bombards Mr. Wright, bombards us, bombards our silly social media stuff, and I hate it. I wish you all go find it, and you're on your own. But we have to legally because the residents voted it in. So I just don't want that to happen. If we switch, 50,000 residents, you said 20,000 homes, ballpark-ish. Golly, I don't want to be bombarded with that junk of, like you said, I like Republic, I like Upkeep, I like whatever, Waste Management. The only issue that I see, because, I hate the aggregation with gas here. I hate it. I wish we never did it, but we have to. So I think that's all I got as far as questions.
Thank you. Trustee Becker?
Yeah, I really appreciate this. There's a lot of good information in here. I know they can spend a lot of your time with Q&A. But just to kind of be brief, or just keep it high level. So I guess the page I'm most interested in is the contract franchise. You listed 4 townships in Claremont County. Are those the only 4, or are there more than these just highlights?
No, there's more. Monroe Township, I did not include the pricing there because when they did their bid, it was, like I said, it was the first one, and they are serviced by Rumpke, and they came in really low. It was like $14 a month. And so every other one since then, I didn't want to falsely lower the average rate and, you know, make you hope for even better rates, but $20 a month is still pretty good. But yeah, Monroe Township is one as well, yeah. And then what happened, when we pursued the consortium of multiple townships, because Union Township is big enough that you could go out for bid on your own and attract competitive bids. But some of the more rural townships in Claremont County, they kind of had to group together to get a competitive bid. And they were approached by some waste haulers and given an option. And if they were basically given a letter and said, your residents will pay this much if you don't go out to bid for waste services. And so they have more competitive rates than what you see in Union Township to this day still. It was 10 years ago.
Sure.
So sometimes going through the motions
Okay. So
lowers the service cost.
you mentioned, if I heard you correctly, Pierce Township has a waste levy. Do any of these other townships have a waste levy?
No.
Who does, so does the townships actually pay, is it single payer, pay the hauler, or?
Most of the townships, with the exception of Pierce Township, I believe, well, Pierce Township, I think, has the residents, well, it's on their tax bill, so that's when they pay it, but Pierce Township would pay the hauler. But most of the communities in Claremont County, if it's a township, the residents pay, and that saves, or it costs probably $1 or $2 a month. If the township wanted to do the billing, then that might save $1 or $2 a month on the waste bill. But you'd have to have the staff to do the billing and answer all the questions and everything like that.
Okay, so also, I guess I think if I'm Rumpke or Republic, is there another option, or is it just those two?
That's probably the bids that you'll see. There are other options, but I think a township of this size, that might be the only two that would be ready. And I have talked to them, and they're capable of bidding on a township this size.
Did you say we had 20,000 households here?
Approximately, I think it was a little bit higher than that.
Okay. So I guess I'm thinking if I'm, Rumpke or Republic, I'd rather have one bill from Union Township than have to send out 20,000 bills.
Yes,
I would think that would be part of the negotiations and part of their bid. Hey, one biller, we can really catch a better deal.
yeah. Yeah, you could ask for that, and you could ask when you solicit bids for a price for them to do the billing or for the township to do the billing.
I assure you, we're not going to want to send out 20,000 bills from Union Township. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. And honestly, it doesn't seem like it saves that much to have the township do the billing. That's only, I think the ones I was looking at in Columbus, outside of Columbus, were about $1.50 a month.
Yeah, but I'm thinking it would save the company, again, Republic.
Oh, yeah, it'd save them a lot, but-
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
Billing just sending out one bill for 20,000 people rather than 20,000 separate bills.
Yeah.
So you said Pierce was the only one with a levy? Did they hear you? So the rest of them don't? So
Right.
So they are sending out the bills to the individual households?
Pierce Township,
No, I mean
the
the
rest
other
of them,
townships.
the rest of the townships, the residents pay the hauler directly.
Okay, that's what I was asking. And Pierce, I guess, so Pierce just pays it directly to Rumpke, and, nobody gets billed, it's just on their,
It's on their taxes,
tax
yes.
levy.
Yeah.
So, do all these other ones, all four of these that you listed, do they include, is it typical that they include recycling?
Yes, yeah. So the way that works is that the recycling is included in the price, but you would have to sign up for the cart.
Okay, I guess when I saw these numbers, I thought, wow. So, I mean, if I'm currently paying $40 a month, and we could do aggregation, and now I'm paying $22 a month, that strikes me as a no-brainer. And I can't imagine people being so in love with fill in the blank, Rumpke or Republic, that they're going to be, but apparently I'm wrong, because I'm hearing people
You'll get some people, yeah,
I don't know, I mean, that's a substantial saving.
yeah. When Batavia Township did it, it was, of course, they went with Republic, and so a majority of the residents had Rumpke, so they had a lot of folks that were upset about it. But that all kind of calmed down after a while, and they're still pretty happy with the service that they have and the cost savings.
Okay. So for the public watching this on video, if you don't want aggregation and you love fill-in-the-blank company, let me know, because I'd love to hear from you. So it's also, you mentioned about being mandatory. I don't know how I don't even know how it's practical to make it mandatory, but I'm also thinking there's effectively no opt-out. So this is what I'm envisioning. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but you know, if Union Township goes with, let's say it's Rumpke, and you know, there's a handful of people in the township that say, no, I want Republic, I don't care what it costs. Well, Republic is going to say, we're not making enough money off of you to send a truck into your neighborhood. And they'll just cancel the service. So it's either Rumpke or there's no service. That's what I'm envisioning. Is that the case, or am I wrong?
Effectively, it might happen that way, but if someone did provide service and you had it franchised, then we would send a letter of violation out to them, and then they could be subject to fines if they're providing waste hauling service in a franchise township.
Interesting. Okay. What?
I'm just, the thought popped in my mind that when you're driving around the township on a Saturday morning with your truck bed full of trash, you might get pulled over and fined for unauthorized waste hauling in the township. I'm just saying, I see your racket.
I had not considered that possibility.
Okay.
That's funny.
I wouldn't send him a letter for that.
I think that's all I have for now.
Okay.
That's a great overview. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to come back if you want to talk about it more. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just say, I feel like it's a slippery slope when people give up their rights in pursuit of a dollar. And I guess that gets to the value of that dollar that you're talking about, John. So, free market aspect, I think kind of where you're at, the concern that people have, and I can understand when people get bothered or they get upset when they don't have that choice of who they want to provide. All right, we'll carry forward with personnel actions. None tonight. Public comments, I have one card. There's comment cards in the back corner if anyone has filled any out. Miss Brenda Vega, the Swan lady. You wrote it in here, so I was reading it off the way you.
Gentlemen, hi, I'm Brenda Vega. I'm the Swan Lady for Union Township. And I live at 6931 Golden Gate Drive in Turpin Hills. I was forced to move after 15 years of loving being 5 minutes away. But a land developer came in and took over all of our properties and put us all out. So that has been an ongoing thing. The reason I'm here today is I was injured. Matt, you know that. I was injured recently on a private horse farm. I'm doing some training. And anyhow, I was coming from my sports therapy yesterday at Wellington. I always come up here and do my shopping at Jungle Gyms and whatnot because everything's closed, my red light therapy, et cetera, et cetera. Coming back, traffic is stopped in front of TQL because the Swans, once again, are in the middle of the road. The reason they're and everybody's like honking, they're not being, it enraged me because they aren't being fed properly. I cannot get to them right now. I cannot go up and navigate the up and down hills. And I'm not gonna put my health at risk and have to go further because I have to go see my back surgeon next week. Now, the issue is the reason they're grazing or looking for food and going up into the streets and stopping traffic. And people, you know, at TQL, they don't care about anything, just fast. It's amazing. I think the only reason they see them is because they're so bright, white, and large and imposing. However, I pulled over, and I have a car that's white Swan pretty much, and I pulled right into the median, stopped all the traffic, got out, just in excruciating pain, and stopped everybody, popped my trunk, got my training stick, and shooed their little butts, furry butts back up into the side where they're supposed to be. And all I could do was put some grain down in the grass for them because I couldn't get down the hill to the pond, and there were no other birds or waterfowl around. And obviously the swans were in distress because they have nowhere to graze anymore because the park that was sold, gentlemen, is now a parking lot. So they have nowhere to get fresh grass or graze if they're not fed corn or mixed grains or whatever that the township decides, the service department decides to feed Mr. Taylor. He knows all about, he knows me too well. After 8 years, he knows I'm a force to be reckoned with when it comes to the things that I care about. But we got to figure out what's up with that. We have to please. The people that love to come and see them in the parks, they're fair weather friends. Look at me. I'm a mess. I'm supposed to be somewhere else and be fancy. And look at me. I'm drenched with rain. My coat is I'm not a fair weather friend. I'm out there whether it be like you missed in combat. You're out there whether it's raining, snowing, you don't care. Sunny, hot, I'm like a mailman. I'm there regardless. And people don't see that. And with this time change, they don't appreciate that. And they don't care. But a true comrade and a true warrior is out there regardless of the situation, taking care of the ones that they are responsible for. I hope you can respect that. So we need to figure out something to make sure that those birds are not in the street. I said, well, I'm also cruised by veterans, so I did. There they are. There's nobody in the park, of course, because it's a terrible day. Fair weather friends, like I say. It's a good day. Everybody wants to see them, but not with hooks hanging out of their beaks and through their necks. Like Mr. Deemling and I got saved, the one that was in the pond a couple of years ago, that whole situation wound up on the news. That's not good news. That's not a good reflection of our township. Regardless of where I live now, gentlemen, I will still and always be a member of this township. It's just the way it goes. It is more peaceful where I live. I must admit. However, we need to figure out something because the ones that veterans, they were drinking out of a dirty puddle right there by where you drive in. They weren't on the pond. They weren't by the duck ramp. Of course, I couldn't have made it that far anyways. So I need help. I need help. Matt, I need help. Just for a while. I'll try to do the best I can. But I'm trying to this is my first day without total back wrap stuff, nonsense. Because I'm determined, I'm tough. And I don't give up without a fight, you know that. So we got to save these birds because they didn't ask to be put here. And believe me, if they could gain altitude and fly, if they didn't have their right wing, flight wing removed, they would be out of here. And so we got to do something. And once you guys move, I already know all the business, believe me. I have eyes and spies everywhere. I know you guys are moving. It's going to be even more hellacious to try to get through the traffic with being at the time that it's getting darker earlier. I have limited time that I can do that, I can get to all three ponds. I don't even know what's up with cemetery. I know that Mr. Big has his abscesses back. Needs to be and that's going to be an ongoing thing as well. You just throw grain in the parking lot and drive off, all the other birds swarm. And there's swans, it takes them a long time to waddle down that hill from through those graves because they graze. That's what they do if they don't have sustained food. At least once a day is all they need. But there's got to be somebody to monitor them and make sure. That's what I usually do, but I can't right now. So please, guys, please help me with this. I've got body bags for them in the trunk of my car. I hate to say it, but it wouldn't be the first time that I've had to pick up a dead swan and put it in my car. So that's all I have to say. And if you'll excuse me now, gentlemen, I have to be somewhere in Turpin Hill. I have somewhere to be at 7 o'clock. Okay?
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, and you got all my email address and all that stuff. Okay? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
All right, having no further public comment, gentlemen, move forward, department reports. Fire and Emergency Medical Services, Chief Austin Clements.
Thank you, Mr. Logue. In the month of October, the fire department responded to 154 fire and service calls, 590 EMS details. We had 507 patients, and we transported 403 of those patients. Completed 1,569 hours of training. Held 18 public education details, and just want to note that we held our open house last month to kick off Fire Prevention Week, and it was appeared pretty well received by the public and the community, so I appreciate their support coming out for that. We completed 5 life safety inspections and 17 inspections with Claremont County Building Department. And that concludes my report.
Thanks, Chief. Trustee Dills?
Chief, good job. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Trustee Becker?
Got nothing.
Police Department, Chief Anthony Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. In the month of October, the Communications Center handled 4,982 calls for service for police, fire, and EMS, and 5,736 total calls. Our records clerks processed 578 juvenile and adult court-related documents for the courts down in Batavia. We handled 164 court notices for officers requiring their personal appearance in court, processed 3 Rule 16s for the prosecutor's office, handled 164 public records requests, and redacted 49 body camera videos. In the area of public affairs, it being October, our officers attended several trunk or treat celebrations with the kids, and on Halloween, our officers were in the neighborhoods handing out candy, and as always, that was well received. In the Operations Bureau, our police officers took 220 incident reports, 98 crash reports, made 273 traffic stops, issued 123 citations, 185 written warnings, made 45 criminal arrests, 50 traffic arrests, and served 48 warrants. Our Honor Guard was particularly busy in October. They presented the colors and did a memorial wreath service at the opening ceremony for the military wall, and they also presented the colors at the closing ceremony. In the area of training, our officers attended 144 hours of training, both in service and outside the police department. And that concludes my report, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Trustee Dills?
I wanted to say to both chiefs, after you both are finished, just with, I won't get into it, but yesterday's incident, both our paramedics and police officers did a fine job yesterday. It's just excellent job. Make sure they're good, check on them, make sure their headspace is clean and clear, you know. And Chief, I finished the Citizens Police Academy just recently, and excellent class. Was it 2.5 months, right? I think 2.5 months, once a week. Excellent, loved it. And then it was funny because for those, and Chief Reese came and attended. For those that didn't know, I actually volunteered to get tased, and I've been through a lot. That was the worst 6 seconds of pain I've ever felt in my entire life. And then there's Tony there videoing it, and so, but excellent class. I think Sergeant Wilson was in charge of it. Did a real great job. So he'll continue doing a good job. So excellent. So appreciate you, sir.
Thank you.
Trustee Dills, or Becker, sorry. Trustee Becker.
Chief Reese, first off, for Trustee Dills, are you ever going to get tased again? Or was once enough?
If I lose a bet, I would do it again. But it hurt, man. It was not. There is a video too of it, but I don't know if I'll share it.
All right, Chief Reese, so last month, now this is on the call-out reports, that we talked about an ATM jackpotting that occurred at the Fairfax Credit Union in Ivy Point. I think if I remember correctly, you said something about there was a virus that was put into the ATM machine, and some guys were kind of watching for an alarm going off, and there wasn't, and so over a period of several days, they cleaned it out and got away with a bunch of cash. Well, didn't exactly get away. So you captured some of them, and there was an update this month that there's been further movement on this case. And this is just another example of the police department hitting a home run. So give us the update.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Becker. Our detectives continue to work on this case. They've worked really hard to spend a lot of time on this. Recently, late October, We came upon some more information, developed another suspect. Our detective unit traveled to Columbus, Ohio, served several search warrants. We're actually able to locate a subject that we think was particularly the mastermind of this whole thing. To date, we have 4 people charged and 3 of them are in custody. The 4th subject that actually withdrew the money, he's still on the lam, but we do have warrants out for him. I'm also pleased and very proud to report that the follow-up from our detectives led to charges most likely being filed in both Toledo and Pittsburgh. Those respective police departments were just hitting dead ends with this. Because of some of the information that we garnered through our search warrants, I'm pretty confident that we're going to be able to help those police departments come to a successful conclusion with their cases. So a lot of hard work that went into this case, and I appreciate you asking about it.
Yeah, it's, like I said, a home run. You guys, it's just another example of some of the great work you do and helping other police departments around the country. I mean, what a feather in your cap. That's awesome. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
That's all, Chairman.
Thank you, Chiefs. Service Department, Mr. Matthew Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Logue. In the Cemetery Division, from October 1st through the 31st, 18 burials were performed, generating $8,625. 9 resident graves were purchased, generating $6,300. 1 columbarium niche was purchased for $2,000. 1 cremation scattering garden was purchased for $600. The total amount generated for the period was $20,945. In the Parks Division, staff continues the daily and seasonal maintenance on township buildings, parks, and landscape areas. And park staff installed picnic tables in the new seating areas behind the Civic Center. In the Road Division, the Road Department repaired 77 potholes on over 13 township streets, and 22 work orders were completed on multiple township roads. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee Dills? Mr. Taylor, good job. Good luck soon. I know winter's coming, so
Thank you.
good luck.
Yeah, hoping for mild winter.
Yeah, me too. Sir?
Trustee Becker.
Yeah, I think it was last weekend, I want to say it was Monday of last week. We had a weather event where, were your guys out salting the bridges and
I had.
intersections?
Yes, sir. We had to do the bridges. So-
Yeah, because I had to take a route on the expressway, and there was a number of cars that were spun out, so I was thinking about you.
Yeah. So,
All right, very good, thank you. That's all, Chairman.
Matt, we visited Veterans Park the other day, and it was so busy. There's so many people out on the playground. The parking was full. Pickleball courts were full. Basketball courts were full. People were on the walking track. People were having birthday parties under the pavilion. It was just looking really great. Very active. Great return of value for the park as an amenity to the community versus not being utilized. So I'm really happy with the work that you and the team and everyone's put into making the upgrades and making the improvements there. Definitely a great way to take care of the assets and bring amenities to the community. Also recognize that it brought people from outside of Union Township here, shopping and spending their time here, which is maybe newer, at least to come from outside the community to come to our parks. So that's very pleasant and great to see. Obviously, it helps activate the shopping areas and the restaurants as well. One quick question on the pavilion at Veterans Park. Is the seating the same amount of seats at the picnic tables that are under the pavilion there? Or do we have the different, because we used to have the real long ones? So do we have the different ones under there?
you're talking about in the big shelter?
Yes.
Well, no, the seats are a little bit smaller, but we can move them around more. They're more up to date.
Is there anything we can do to accommodate more numbers under there?
Yes, there
I'm
is.
familiar with, there's a St. Veronica's senior group that meets there regularly. And, I believe that they're like down on seats now, because they have quite a good group size that comes out.
Yeah.
I can connect you with that if you need to hear that,
Yes,
but
sir.
otherwise, just
There
want
is.
to touch base on that.
There is room to add a couple more tables.
Okay. It's looking phenomenal out there, so just great work. Likewise with Clever Park, so, thank you. Planning, zoning, Mr. Mark McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the month of October, in terms of enforcement activities, we had 72 inspections, 11 complaints, 4 of which were unfounded, 3 warning citations, 2 15-day non-compliance letters, 3 30-day violation letters, 10 cases resolved. We had 374 illegal signs removed, 17 violations for the monthly total, 19 re-inspections, no nuisances filed. In terms of permit activity, we had 2 commercial permits, 6 changes of use, 13 signs, 2 temporary sales, 3 single-family homes, 1 multifamily dwelling permit for 183 units, 4 additions, 5 decks, 4 accessory permits, and 13 permits for pools or fences. 53 permits for the month with a revenue of $45,051. And the fire department revenue taken in was $1,253. A couple other items of note. As you know, we received another grant. We've been busy doing grant writing and administration. Even when we're not working on grant writing, we're doing administration to see things through and get reimbursed. We had one meeting in Mount Carmel recently. We're about to have another one here in a couple weeks to meet with the community to talk about a plan for Mount Carmel Park, which we've been working on with Mr. Taylor, Ms. R, and the park board. Also going to meet and talk with the community about streetscape and sidewalk planning, the revitalization grant, and maybe a business association. And we're actually going to have that meeting at the new Pigskins on Old 74, which is now open. And so that'll be here on December 3rd, I think is the date we picked. And then we have a lot of construction projects underway, recently approved plans and permits issued. As you know, some of these will be finished here pretty soon, like the Wawa, for example. But a lot going on. With that, that concludes my report. If you have any questions for me?
Trustee Dills.
Mr. McCormick, good job. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Trustee Becker. Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Community engagement for the third quarter update, Ms. Lisa R.
Good evening. Our social media Facebook page is now at a little over 8,000 followers, and we're over 2,000 followers than we were last year at this time. Although our Facebook user range is 18 to 65 years of age, Instagram, those peak users are between the ages of 18 and 34, so we initiated an Instagram page to gather more interest from our younger residents. So that recently started, and you'll see more pickup on that in the coming year. This past October, we hosted the Military Tribute event and the second annual Sip and Shop event. The Military Tribute event was held over multiple days with an opening ceremony, wreath-laying ceremony, reading of the names, and a candlelight vigil. It was a meaningful way for residents and visitors to pay tribute to those who served and sacrificed in all branches of the U.S. military. There was a steady stream of visitors throughout the entire multi-day event. Many people were walking the wall and the exhibits. We found that a larger crowd was around the exhibits because those were more recent conflicts. So if we were to do anything in the future, I think we would do something smaller and more geared towards that aspect. It was a great way to provide the opportunity to foster unity across multiple generations. So I want to just thank everyone that's listening, thank everyone in the audience up there as well. Whether you were a resource, a volunteer, a participant in the ceremony, or in another capacity, or even just came and visited the wall while it was here, we appreciate your dedication to Union Township. The Sip and Shop event is an outdoor market on the Civic Center campus. This year, we were able to expand the footprint to include both the north and south parking lots, and it included over double the number of vendors over last year, which was proven to be a great success. RJ Cinemas and Travelin' Tom's offered beverages for purchase, and Sea Cuisine had food options available. It ended up being like a very windy day, but we had a steady amount of foot traffic. We got a lot of great feedback from the vendors, a lot of people wanting to come back, and a lot of opportunities for growth as well. The winter newsletters will reach residents in the mailboxes the first week in December. Topics include recent economic development, township snow removal, which I know you're excited about, Matt, holiday hours, holiday partnerships benefiting the community, and more. We do have some new event ideas coming for 2026 on campus with improvements over in our amphitheater area, as well as clearing and improvements on the trail in the back, possibly a storybook trail, possibly some bigger fall events. So there's some options for 2026. We also have new ways to enhance some existing events that we have. So I just invite everyone to stay connected on social media and the township's website for updates.
Thank you. Trustee Dills?
Ms. R., good report, appreciate that. We had the aggregation for trash up here. I was wondering, is it possible to put out a social media post and solicit feedback? Just simply yes or no, are you interested? Ballpark, here's your current rate. Ballpark, here's what it's going to be. You know, can we just get a survey and put it out there?
Yeah, I will get with Hannah, and we can definitely put a
Nothing
survey
scientific, but I just
together.
like to get an
Yeah.
eyeball test. Yeah, just
Yeah.
because,
We'll definitely get something out there.
yeah.
Get some feedback, and I can report again at the, or I'll send you guys a report based on what we have.
No rush, just,
Okay,
yeah, just my thoughts, yeah.
okay.
It's like I said.
How much is your right to choose worth to you? Question, right? This trash service is this trash service.
I feel like that sounded way more broad than trash service.
My, just trying to place the trash service. Trustee Becker?
Yeah, I'm picturing the question, yeah.
With the big government overreach hand, you must take this color trash can. Trustee Becker?
If you support dictatorial government, we want to hear from you.
I will keep it brief and simple.
You're mandated to answer.
Yes. Mandate who's going to collect your trash. Ms. R., you continue to be impressive. You've been to great events. Since I guess the last one being the Sip and Shop, I've been starting to lose weight, so I appreciate that as well. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Great work. Again, we continue to have robust, I'd say, attendance at different community events and just using the amenities and resources in the township. And I think that those facts truly speak for themselves as well. Both board members sitting here. It's November 18th, so sometimes you say after an election day, congratulations, you guys are both reelected. You also had no opposition, which I attribute quite a bit to the success the township that's being transparent, accountable, and communicating very well. And you've been a big key to that, so thank you, Ms. Hart.
Thank you.
Congratulations, guys, too. If you needed to hear
I guess
that.
he's good.
Yeah, I'm good. Administration, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, sir. I have a lot, but I'll just try to summarize and be brief. I think we've heard a lot of good information from all of our department heads this evening. Splash pad's been winterized. Reception, even though it was soft opening, was positive, and we'll continue to make improvements at that facility. Fall junk days was actually manageable this year. Mr. Taylor was able to deal with the junk this fall, this past week, and I guess we came in and had it all cleaned up literally within one day. Was that correct? So that's a good job, once again. And, hopefully, we'll be able to roll out an alternative method next year vis-à-vis vouchers. We are waiting on some last-minute additions to the playground set, just some benches and some trash cans. I'll let the board know when we finalize the ribbon cutting. It's not ideal weather, but we do get some nice days, in the wintertime here. So we'll try to coordinate the best we can. The trail, as Ms. R. indicated, is now generally complete. Interesting thing, we actually hydroseeded the hillside with a wildflower mix, so that will be kind of a nice addition to that, in addition to the mobile areas. So kind of renaturalizing the area after that improvement. I did hear some word back on the EV chargers. I guess Mark was able to get some kind of direction on that. That is in environmental review, and once that has been reviewed, once that environmental review has been completed, they'll release the funding, and we should be able to proceed on the design-build process. We've also received the fee proposal back now for the systemic safety sidewalk on Old 74, which is under review by ODOT at this time. We're underway on access control. Work continues at the new service garage. It is really starting to make some significant progress and come together. On the Elmont Old 74 OPWC project, I believe they're actually meeting tomorrow, the district, to score those, and I believe that we scored very high. If you generally make the first page on the rankings, so we hope that we'll get funding on that. So I believe the Baldwin and Binning OPWC slide repairs were also included in that, but I will apprise the board as that develops. We are studying pedestrian accessibility improvements generally along Summerside Road. With the improvements to the parks, we get asked sometimes about pedestrian access, more so with Clady and Veteran, or Clady and Klepper in that area, as opposed to Veterans, because it's a bit more of a more rural condition. So we're studying that with the goal of looking at future OKI, ODOT grant money to see if there's any projects that might be supported in that. Agenda items tonight, we have a purchasing and tax exempt certificate usage policy that is for the board's consideration. This is in response to Auditor of State guidance bulletins that we received. We're presenting a resolution to hard bill balance bill non-residents of the township for EMS expenses. These policies do not impact our existing residents in any way whatsoever. We have two TIF district appeal or repeal resolutions, it should say. This will allow for reconfiguration of parcels at a future date yet to be determined. Probably bring those to you next year. We have a zoning text amendment to codify lighting standards in our zoning resolution. These are reasonable standards that Mark did a good job, fleshing out with the zoning commission in that, and so we just need to initiate that. We have a cybersecurity plan, which is part of our House Bill 96 compliance requirements. We have another fire billing resolution to allow us to bill for non-emergent calls to various facilities. We have a Safe Routes to School travel plan grant. We're seeking $95,000 in grant funding. Two nuisance properties, waiting on communications from Claremont County regarding our 2026 road program. My hope is I'll have everything by December, could be in January, not sure yet. We are moving forward with playground replacement at Mount Carmel Park. As you're aware, that was made possible through an insurance settlement. And Mr. Taylor did a good job in, taking a value-oriented approach to that. Let's see, what else? Public notice. We have posted the public notice, the first of the two required notices for the license plate fee increase, which is required, or the notices are required pursuant to 4504-181, two different notices, two different public hearings, hearing on the 9th at 6 p.m. and a hearing on the 15th at 6 p.m. We'll, of course, notice the special meeting pursuant to our customary requirements and advertise that as such. Just by way of just a little bit of background, the board has invested, and we're actually compiling information for a presentation in that. The board's invested millions of dollars in the roads. We've had alternate sources of funds over the last 5 years. We've made significant headway, and I think we will document that in the presentation. In order to hold serve and not revert back, we are seeking the additional revenues
which go into our permissive tax fund, which is used primarily and exclusively for road resurfacing. We have 136-ish miles of roadway, and that's a lot of miles of roadway at an estimated 200 to 210,000 per lane mile. Is that what it is? 200 to 210? Yes, sir. 200 to $210,000 a lane mile to repave. So that's reality. There's nothing surreptitious about it. It's just about holding serve so we don't backslide. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention.
Mr. Wright, real quick, just on that one topic. So 2 hearings. One is for 12/15.
Yes,
That's a Monday.
6 p.m.
When is the first one?
The 9th, which is.
So which is our business meeting?
Yes.
So we discuss it on the 9th and we vote on the 15th?
Yeah, you actually have to have 2 public hearings. You have,
Yeah.
the first public hearing will occur on December 9th. The second public hearing will occur on December 15th.
And we are not taking action or voting on the 9th, we're voting on the 15th.
You would then act on the resolution following the second public hearing. on the
Got it.
15th.
Got it.
And that's all prescribed via statute.
Sorry, Mr. Logan, did not mean to.
Anything else?
I do. I saw here with Lowe's not playing ball and wanting the progress on our cemetery, you know, this is not a problem that we are going to have to deal with in the next upcoming years, but it will be a problem in 10, 15, 20 years. So what's the solution if Lowe's doesn't play ball and sell us their
We
land?
are exploring other avenues.
Okay.
And that's the other avenues available, and I've been in constant communication with our law director about that. And we are prepared to explore those other avenues if need be.
Fantastic,
So-
okay, all right. You went over a lot. I appreciate truly what you do, and it's crazy, because we'll talk semi-regularly. I try not to bother you too much, but it's crazy how you'll have an agenda and things to do, and then you just get curveballs constantly thrown your way. So, you know, appreciate you. I don't like the term administrator. I like the term CEO. I appreciate you being the chief executive officer for the township. I really do. And so, you know, I know you have this entire board's full confidence. This past month, we have talked a lot with each other, and so I appreciate, truly I do. I can't speak much for Hamilton County, because I don't know much about them over there. I just know I don't want to live there. But what I will say, and I'll say it firmly in front of anyone, I mean, you are hands down the best administrator, east side and north of Cincinnati, that I know of. And so appreciate you, and also appreciate you. And, you know, I always believe you gotta fill your pipeline, and I appreciate you having Miss R. And you know, in the event you move on, which you never will, hopefully, but eventually you do, or get hit by a bus tomorrow, you know, training replacement. Just Mr. Wright, hands down, the best administrator in Claremont County. So I appreciate you very much. So that's all I got, sir.
Trustee Becker.
I don't have anything, I'm good.
Hey, the ribbon cutting at the park. I was thinking of that when I was walking through what you guys are gonna want to plan to do, and what the grass and things still needing to kind of take root and grow in.
Cool.
I thought maybe you were planning to hold things off until the spring. Is that too long of a delay, or?
No, I mean, that's really at the board's pleasure. I mean, we were gonna do something around the splash pad when we unwinterize it and bring it back online in
That
the
too.
spring.
So veterans ain't clever.
So we could certainly set those.
Let's just do when the weather kicks in.
I'll do it in the spring,
Yeah,
let the grass.
March, April,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, that's fine.
Unless you want to do it in the winter.
No,
I
no,
don't.
no, I have no interest in doing a sub 32 degree day ribbon cutting.
Yeah.
So it's really up to the board. We
Mr.
can-
Becker,
we
you
can
love
hold
the
it off.
parks. When would you like it?
I want him to hang on that old playground until the
Yeah,
ribbon
you-
cutting. Until the ribbon cutting.
Just kidding.
We can delay
He
it.
said it's very sturdy. It held his weight.
I'd say
We
let's-
can delay it to April or May of next year.
Good question, Mr. Logan. Yeah, I just wait till the weather breaks.
Okay.
Not a problem.
Are you good with the spring?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm a big believer in soft openings, so people can use things and get to enjoy them, and then gives us a chance to continuously improve.
Cool.
And then wheel that out, so.
Okay. Great, yeah. Thank you. We'll keep it moving forward, guys. We have a public hearing tonight. Mr. McCormick, if you can introduce Union Township overlay case 7-25-Oscar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also forgot to mention earlier that we are seeking up to 3 new zoning board members, and we have those applications and available online, and I can also send people an email if you think of anyone who may be interested, let me know. Meant to mention that earlier.
I wonder how much traction that gets as a survey or social media post. We don't want to bombard people with exciting content, but
I think
I mean-
last time we had 12 to 16 people apply. and we
I'm a
had-
nerd, I would be interested in it.
we should probably
Yeah,
put
I
something
can't
on
obviously,
there.
But I mean, I don't know, yeah.
We'll put something on
I
there.
bet you get a little bit of traction.
I think we did.
We have a couple already
Yeah,
that I know of.
All right,
It's
let's
kinda
push
neat
it
to-
out there like that.
it's kind of
Yeah.
neat to see the cases before they come, you know.
Anyways, I wanted to mention that.
Yep, thank you.
The case this evening, 7-25O, applicant is Zaremba Group LLC. Site location is 4585 Eastgate Boulevard. The old Big Lots, which was prior to that, the old Toys R Us. Parcel number is referenced herein. It's a 4.25 acre site, zone business in the central retail commercial corridor. It's a reuse and redevelopment of the 42 square foot existing structure. Property located at 4585 Eastgate Boulevard. It's right there by the mall entrance, immediately adjacent northwest to the Eastgate Boulevard and Eastgate North intersection. And north and south of the mall, 2 access drives off of Eastgate Boulevard. Property zone business, everything around it, within 400 feet or more zone business. In terms of the comprehensive plan, again, it's in that 32 central retail corridor, which is the primary commercial area of the township. Some things to keep in mind that area calls for are architectural standards promoting cohesive, attractive design, additional investment, enhance quality of life, shared driveway and parking configurations wherever practical, and site development to maximize land use efficiency and infill development. We already have sidewalks on the site, so I didn't put that in there, which is one of the other things that's called for. In terms of the focus overlay reference to the zoning resolution, that's page 2, Article 13, Section 1306. Falls on page 3 as well. Background, again, the site was used for the purposes that I mentioned earlier for retail. Had 2 previous cases. One was for the big lots, one was for the creation of an outlot for Chase Bank in 2022 that you may remember, in the southeast corner of the site that never materialized, as we had one of the key mall property owners block the proposed land division and use, and I'll kind of come back to that here in a moment. Proposed user is AutoZone. These pictures represent their proposed view elevations of the site, so they're proposing new windows and some awnings. There's not as much they can do at the building, given that there's the mall easement restriction and operating agreement that doesn't expire until 2030. So anything they do that's more substantive to the building becomes more of an issue, and I'll come back to that here in a moment. This is a picture of what the site would look like, rendered with the enhanced landscaping along the mall entrances. And this is a picture of what that would look like on the ground. And this is an area where they're depicting a proposed area to be donated as an easement, or perhaps as for acquisition for like a pocket park, and I'll come back to that here in a moment. So already mentioned that where this area falls in respect to the plan. Review of the applicant's proposal indicates the overall structure is not congruent with the aesthetic requirements for the area, particularly with respect to traditional high-quality building materials that would include but not be limited to the use of pillars, offsets, and materials such as brick or stone. However, as I mentioned, the applicant's proposing to add windows, awnings, decorative lighting, and other enhancements, and along the southern and east-facing portions of the building. Any new signage is going to have to be wall-mounted. No new monument sign is allowed per the mall easement restriction operating agreement. Applicant's proposing eventually to remove 78 parking spaces at least here in that southeast corner. And again, that's through potential perpetual easement or potential acquisition to be determined. There's a two-phase landscaping plan along the mall entrance there on the southern side. What you're seeing here in this picture, I think, represents phase 2, and some enhancements along the other mall entrance, which would be the north side of the rear of the structure. No lighting plan's been submitted. This is what the enhanced landscaping will look like on the ground. These are the pictures of the site as they exist today. I'll pause here for a moment. So that mall easement restriction and operating agreement is in effect until 2030 for the roughly 109-acre site. There's 5 key mall property owners. There have been 2 instances in the last 5 years last 3 years, where the mall property owners have been allowed to block potential development, redevelopment of the greater mall property. While that agreement is in full force effect, it really restricts what can be done on this property and some other properties in terms of any exterior significant, additions or separate buildings or subdivisions of parcels. That coupled with the vacancy on the site and inactivity on the property is negatively affecting the property values and investment in this area, and should be taken into account when evaluating projects and making land use decisions. So this is the site that existed for the last year or more, what it looks like. You can see sometimes there's trash or vacant things being left there. This is looking at the main facade as it exists. This is looking northwest from that south and east corner. It's looking west from Eastgate Boulevard, basically. This is looking south from the northern mall entrance area. This is looking southeast. And this is looking north along Eastgate Boulevard, where that proposed green space potentially would be added. Looking east along the north property line for the north access. Looking south along the west property line. And this is looking basically again at that proposed green space area in front of the proposed building. In terms of the proposed recommended modifications, those were listed in the staff report, with the most significant being the building facade, particularly on the northeastern facing side, would need to be enhanced a bit more. Lighting plan would be required. Would need to have acceptable terms provided with respect to the proposed area, timing, and allowed uses of the perpetual easement or land donation. It's still kind of up in the air how much land that's going to involve and whether that would be a land perpetual easement or something that the town could potentially acquire. There are other appropriate repairs and updates that need to be made that were pointed out in the staff report, and then we would need an acceptable site plan that met all the requirements of section 1131 of the code. Haven't had any comments sent to staff. Haven't talked to anybody about this case in terms of the public. That concludes my report. Do you have any questions?
Trustee Dills?
Thank you. Mr. McCormick, have the 5 veto powers voted on this yet, or no?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I believe the applicant can speak to this. I think they've reached out and talked to if not all of them, at least the more significant ones that have blocked the other applications.
And do you know their feedback at all, or is that a question for them?
I believe they will attest when they come up to speak that the one that's been blocking, the owner that's been blocking everyone is supposedly okay with what is being presented.
Okay. Fantastic report. Good job. You put a lot of time into that. Appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah, Trustee Becker?
I'm good.
You guys want to open public comment? All right. Yeah, we have a motion to open this public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
The public hearing is open at 7:09 PM.
All right, at this time, I'd like to welcome the applicant up. I'll swear you in for the case. Public hearing. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And can you please state your name and record for the address, please?
Certainly. My name is Tom Michaels. I'm a development manager with Zaremba Group. Our address is 14600 Detroit Avenue in Lakewood, Ohio. That's a Cleveland suburb.
Cleveland suburb?
Yes.
Okay.
So, okay, first off, just wanted to take a moment and thank the board for hearing us this evening. Also wanted to thank township staff, Mark in particular, who have been very helpful and, in guiding us throughout the process. Pleased to be here tonight. Mark, very good comprehensive overview of the project, so I don't need to go through all the details, but I'd like to add just a couple of things in a little bit of context, and then walk through kind of the three portions of the proposal before you. The background, why we're here in the first place. As you know, AutoZone has been in the community for a number of years, a little bit to the east of the site. The current site is a building that's shared with Pep Boys. You're probably familiar with that. And what has happened in recent time, as you know, with the overpass project, the eminent domain that was associated with that, AutoZone has lost a lot of parking. They've also lost an access point to the point that you have to go through that whole construction and the limited access and go way past the site and back into it. So that store is actually underperforming today, likely because of that. So AutoZone's at a crossroads that they most likely would need to vacate that premises, whether they, regardless. So AutoZone has a strong preference to stay in the community. That store has been a good performer in the past, so they are excited about the opportunity to come over to the subject property. Obviously, it's quite a larger facility. It's an exciting opportunity for them to really expand and do what they do bigger and better. So they were excited for the idea. This process started last summer with what we originally thought would be a simple change of use, and in receiving feedback and corresponding additionally with township staff, we understood that we would ultimately come through the overlay application process and come present to you. In the process, we have heard feedback from the township on some of the desires for the property, some of the hardships there. Of course, the mall and its vitality and future are distinct but relevant. And so what we've come up with is how do we do what we can, as Mark has described, to a certain degree we're bound by the existing building. We're also bound by a Fortune 500 who says, it's zoned for it, put the building in. But ultimately, we're kind of bound by various forms of reciprocal easement agreements and operating agreements and so forth with some contentious mall owners, and we're limited in what we can realistically do. What's being presented before you can be accomplished without going through conflicting mall owners, and we believe this is deliverable. So the three big things here are, number one, the building itself. So you've seen the renderings, the elevations of the building. Again, with doing what we can without completely reinventing the wheel, we acknowledge that it's a legacy building. It's been there a long time. Probably would have been built differently had it been built today, but it is an existing viable building. We've added a number of enhancements to increase the curb appeal, to soften some of the walls a little bit, and attempt to make it a little better vista coming into the mall. We talked about a number of things. I tried, Mark, with AutoZone, some of the murals and so forth just kind of stayed outside of AutoZone's trade dress and things that AutoZone corporate was comfortable with. So they are comfortable with the softscape things that we have added, and our request is to consider those as a step in the right direction to make the building work a little better. Items then 2 and 3. Number 2 is what we're calling the today, and that is to add a number of landscaping areas that are not existing today. Those are areas that are just basic grass today. You add shrubs and flowers and so forth. Some pretty dense landscaping. Would also run irrigation out there to give them a chance to grow properly. And again, just doing what we can to soften the entrances into the mall. And try to soften just the sea of parking that's out there. And then number 3, what you're seeing here is, as Mark mentioned, we're limited in what we can do. One of the things that we cannot do for the next 4 years is reduce the number of parking. There are 289 parking spaces today. way more than anyone ever needs and probably ever will for that property, but we can't do anything about it now. So what we are offering is, and we would put the language together today, we would record it today, but to make an offer to the township that the area that's shown that is all green, it would be primarily the parking area that is to the southeast of the property at the, surrounding the existing Eastgate Mall sign, which by the way is controlled by the mall ownership, not by the subject parcel. So we can't touch the sign itself, but everything around it. Offer that as future public green space for any type of public programming. That could be a pocket park, it could be just a nature area, that sort of thing. Our sole request in doing so would be that whatever is planted or constructed there just needs to be sufficiently low to the ground so as to not block the vistas of the building itself. As I mentioned, we don't have the opportunity to install monument or pylon signage, so we are relying solely on the building signage to make the building visible. So we're just hopeful that doesn't get blocked in the future. So as Mark alluded to, we're also stuck a little bit with subdividing the property and so forth. So our hope is that we can accomplish this via, at a minimum, a perpetual easement that would be, it would carry with the land, it would run in perpetuity, it would not be restricted in terms of how the township can treat it and take care of it and improve it, except for just the vertical component. If the township would prefer, again, we can't get into splitting it off today, but we can put some language in there that the township could have an option to, take control, fee simple of that property, either as an outright donation or, a dollar type of arrangement. But that's something that would just have to be captured today and then actually acted upon in 2030. So with that, I welcome any questions or comments or things you would like clarity on.
Trustee Dills. I appreciate it. Tell me your name again.
Sure. Tom Michaels.
Tom, okay, okay. Mr. Michaels, are you the GC, are you the owner, or do you represent AutoZone?
We represent AutoZone. In fact, I probably should have mentioned that up top. We are, my company, our company I work for is a national retail developer. AutoZone is a client we develop nationally for AutoZone.
Okay. And same question I proposed to Mr. McCormick. There's 5 powers of veto.
Mm-hmm.
Have you contacted all of them, and what's their temperature?
So I personally have not. The lease that's in place between AutoZone and the landlord who was here this evening, those conversations have been at that level.
Did you have an answer for me?
So no, I do not have an answer. I believe that what we're proposing is permitted and does not need special sign off.
Well, so you're saying that so you're saying the 5 powers of veto they have no say in this at all?
I do not believe so.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. So from what I understand, you're wanting am I hearing correctly, AutoZone 3 things. You want a warehouse, you want an auto repair store, and then you also want a store itself, like an AutoZone store. I can buy wipers there, or I can have you all service my car, and also you want to be able to be a warehouse as well. Is that correct?
Not quite, sir. It's, so this is, in AutoZone's parlance, it's a mega hub store. AutoZone's not auto repair, they're not, warehousing. This is a large-scale retail store. You walk in, the front section is just like any other AutoZone, the car care products and so forth. And then the remainder is, you walk in and you need an alternator or a starter. It's what they call the assisted sales. Those are things that people walk in, but the associate runs back and picks it up. This is a greatly expanded version of that.
Okay. I assume you want to be permanent here, correct? I mean, you represent AutoZone. I know you're not AutoZone, but you represent them. Okay. And then you said subdivide. So if the township doesn't take any of the property, what's your plans and who would you subdivide it to?
So at this stage, we would start with granting an easement, which would not require any subdivision. It would just simply be just an easement with a legal description associated for the portion of that. And then if the township desires, we would offer an option for that portion in the future when the REA allows it to happen, which would be 2030.
Okay. Do you plan on speaking at all, or just, you do? Okay, I'll wait then. Mr. Logue, that's all I have, sir.
Trustee Becker.
I don't have anything.
All
Good for the time being, too. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Michaels.
Thank you.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Please say your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Roby Hackney, and I live in Richmond, Virginia. And good evening, gentlemen. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on my perspective. I work with the company that's the owner of this building. We are a small family-owned company. My older brother and I started in 2007. Essentially, we go out and raise money from individuals, mostly in our local community of Central Virginia, to buy buildings. And we ended up, when Toys R Us went through bankruptcy and they auctioned off all of their properties, this one didn't sell, and it kind of fell into our lap with Big Lots. And that was that. We didn't really think there would be too much to do with it. And when Big Lots filed for bankruptcy and left, that was a big surprise for us. You all might remember the bank that was going to go up front there. That was all said and done. We were on the 1 yard line when the group that purchased the mall used their rights under the REA to block that. And at that time, and obviously it should have been sooner, but we really did a heavy crash course on exactly what was in that REA and what we could do and what we could not do. The reason the bank couldn't go in there is that you can't subdivide it, and you can't put a new building on there, and there are lots of restrictions as to what can even go in that building. But we found AutoZone, who fits everything in there perfectly, and then without needing to go to the other owners, which is one of your questions about when we need to get permission and when we don't. Believe it or not, when the mall was built, there were actually multiple auto parts stores there as part of the mall. And one of the stipulations is that you can only put in businesses that are typical of the mall. So we sort of fit perfectly in that, which is great. We didn't understand or anticipate that we were gonna, as Tom said, through this process, but I guess the last thing I would add is that although I wasn't expecting this process, I sort of thought this was for a new development, not a change of use. I have a much better appreciation for the process, and Mr. Wright and Mr. McCormick spent a lot of time sitting down with us, understanding what those restrictions were, understanding how narrow our window was, and working with us as a give and take, and I really appreciate the time and the work on that.
Trustee Dills?
Mr. Hagney, so you drove in from Virginia today?
I flew in.
Flew in, okay, I
Yes, sir.
appreciate that. And you
Yes,
said
sir.
Cleveland, right, Lakewood? Yeah, Cleveland, yeah, appreciate that very much. So, have you spoken to the mall owners, Kroger, Grandma's, JCPenney dealer? Have you spoken to any of them to get their opinion on it?
I have spoken to Kroger, and I have spoken to the main mall owner, which is the Hull Group.
Correct. What was their temperature?
So my conversations with the Hull Group were primarily with the bank situation where we were trying to get approval. And when that did not go through, we actually reached back out to them and said, why don't you just buy the whole parcel, then you can do the bank yourself, because they were the only ones holding us up, and that didn't go through. And then I said, we're looking at an auto parts store because that fits and we don't need any permission, and I never got a response back from that, so it was quiet.
Okay.
When I spoke with Kroger, I know Kroger because there's a lot of Krogers in Virginia, and so we've had interaction with the real estate team. And they're primarily focused on their big, giant, large issue. And I did get a call from another mall owner's attorney who wanted to kind of pull us into this. If we all get together, we can try to make, and I said, I don't need to get together with anybody. I appreciate that you're calling, and I wish everyone the best, but we have our own thing. We're gonna fit inside of it where we don't get sideways with anybody, and this is how we keep our property from being vacant for the next 5 years.
And are you, so if I heard you correctly, Mr. Hackney, do you own this property, or do you work for the company that owns this property?
Well, to be technical, we formed this company, we raised the money, so all of our investors are the owners, and I am the general partner with my brother. So I control it as if I was an owner with my brother, but I am not, it's not my money that owns it.
I see, okay. Mr. Logue, that's all I have. Thanks, sir.
Trustee Becker?
Yeah, you said, something I want to follow up on, with you on, because I've been kind of racking my brain here, trying to picture something I thought I heard you say, that in years past, there has been other auto-type places at the Eastgate Mall?
Yes, when it was originally built,
What was there?
I think it was a Sears Auto Parts store. The only reason I know is because I was looking through all of the documents and I
remember
saw
that.
reference to it. But I was like, look at this. This fits.
Is that the only one?
There may have been another one. I'm not sure. But it was kind of a casual, the stack of docs is thick. And I was reading through them all and came across that.
Yeah, I think you're right about the Sears, and then I think it moved over to near Best Buy.
Okay.
And it's obviously gone now. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, at this time, are there any proponents of the case? Okay. At this time, are there any opponents of this case? Okay. Seeing none, we can close public portion of the comment, open up to board comments.
You have to close it down, though.
You guys ready for that? Yeah. I have a
So-
motion to close public comment.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Public hearing's closed at 7:27 PM.
If it's okay, Mr. Logue, before you call him, I'm going to defer for a minute. Let me gather my thoughts. I don't know if Mr. Becker wants to go ahead, if that's all right.
Yeah, we'll open up to board comments. Yeah, Mr. Becker, you want to share your thoughts?
Just a few thoughts. I guess I would like clarification if the five superpowers that control the mall, if they have, veto power over this proposal. I guess that's not clear in my mind if that's the case or not. Also, currently it's an empty building. It's not getting any better looking than it currently is. Having something there is better than nothing. How they kind of dressed it up with, I guess it's awnings facing Eastgate Boulevard. That's a lot nicer than it currently looks. So the question is it better to have something there that's productive or a vacant building? I would tend to lean toward the, have something there. So, unless there's a legal issue with the veto power of people, I don't have a major objection.
Any thoughts?
Go ahead.
I would, first off, I appreciate you coming to Claremont County, Ohio, from Cleveland and Virginia, very much. And I agree with Mr. Becker that nobody wants to see a blank, vacated building just sit there. So I agree with him on that completely. I would ask this question because right now, the mall and Kroger are in the Court of Appeals, and this is a ballpark that I'm hearing, and it's a very educated guess, is that we should have an answer, Lord willing, roughly April to May. And so I'll tell you, gentlemen, two things. And it might be difficult to understand because this is all transactional and all money, and we all want to make money in business, I get it. But with due respect, a bunch of investors own this building. And then the Eastgate Mall is, it sounds crazy, but it is a very sentimental piece of property to Eastgate. I don't say Union Township, I say Eastgate. That's what everyone refers to the east side of Cincinnati as Eastgate. It's very sentimental, and I don't want to make a mistake with this. And because the Eastgate Mall it's just sentimental to this community, and we cannot fumble the ball on this one. We just can't. And I don't know if the planning that's made out for this and the roadmap, it's taken a lot of manpower and dollars, and I just don't want to fumble the ball on this one. So my first question is, and you don't have to come back up to answer, you can just say yes or no on it from your seats, but any chance that we could punt the ball and table this until after the appellate's courts make their decision? Because when that happens, we're going to see a more clear road path of if Kroger's going to get their way, if the Hall Property Group's going to get their way, and then what's going to be decided, or if we're going to have to wait till 2030. But the mall's sentimental, and I don't want to make a mistake on the mall. And so if you say no and you're not willing to punt the ball until after the appellate's courts makes their decision, and not having any of the 5 power vetoes here, I'm going to have to unfortunately vote no on this. However, if you're willing to punt the ball and wait until the appellate's courts makes their decision, and also, I'm not kidding when I say this is sentimental. We live here, and no offense to you all or the investors, but y'all don't live here. I'm not going to screw up the Eastgate Mall. I'm not going to. And so we have a vision. We spent a lot of money on this vision, and we had a company come in here and solicit ideas, and it's supposed to be, you probably never heard of this since y'all aren't from here, but something that's called the Liberty Town Center type of, mixed-use, first-floor retail, having a pond, a bridge over it, 4 or 5 stories of nice condos, apartments, a park, even talks of a bridge being over top of 32 connecting Ivy Point to TQL. I mean, it's a big, beautiful vision that the Hall Property Group is all for. And I will not screw that up at all. I won't do it. So, with the chairman's permission, it sounds like you want to come up and say more. He might let you come up, but if you're not willing to punt the ball until the appellate courts makes their decision, then I'm going to be a no vote tonight, gentlemen. If you are, then I would ask that we vote to table it until then. And I'm sorry, that's not the answer you're looking for, but that's where I'm at. Sounds like Mr. Becker might be a yes, and I don't know how Mr. Logue feels, but out of everything in this entire township, 50,000 residents, I don't think you understand a sword I have to die on is this mall. We are dying for this mall, like we are the residents, and so I can't make a mistake by putting an AutoZone here if the mall owners and the planning for this and the residents don't want it. Now, if they want it, and if it's in the plan, and it's not gonna mess up the mall's plans, and if the temperature of the 5 veto powers are, yeah, thumbs up, then I'll consider it, yeah, let's go, but I gotta hear from that. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll throw it over to you.
Yeah, so thank you both for your perspectives. This plan and that property obviously has some uncertainty surrounding it still. Obviously, the REA, and to help us have an understanding as to what the community actually wants is, again, you reference the community listening sessions. I'm happy that we paid to be able to hear from the community and have the community tell us what they want. And part of that plan, in which they said of items and things that they want, was this piece of property here. and it does not look like that. And so it doesn't match up with what the residents want. And, you know, I'm elected by the residents, I'm here to represent the residents, and the plan, I think, is not in alignment with what the residents want. The potential of that property, the uncertainty surrounding the REA continuation and when that finally dissolves. So from that perspective, vacancy or not, it's not a win to the residents if it's filled with something that they're not interested to see, and that's not what was given to us in the community listening sessions. So I know that's what I heard. I know that's what I heard from the community and the residents. So with that, I know these guys have a lot of time tied up in things. I think it'd be a pretty far push to get me to move to something that supports that. And I wouldn't want to see you languish and drag things on, because time is money for your investors, and you'd rather just get to that no, if that's what it is, faster. It's about all I can share, I think, at this time.
Yeah, if the mall owners can work their plan, because they're serious about developing this the right way. And, you know, because like, for example, we don't know if Dillard's and JCPenney are gonna play ball or not. So they've got a plan to work around their existing buildings and all that. And obviously the Kroger, you know, we won't find out for a few more months about that. If they can work their plans around it, I'm fine with it. I'm all about, you know, free enterprise and business. I'm all about it. But if they can't, that's why I want to get the whole property group's temperature. And also the other 4 veto powers as well, like in the Grandma's family. Does this meet what they're wanting to do? But Mr. Logue is right. We spent a lot of money to solicit ideas from the residents, and nobody mentioned an auto zone or any kind of thing like that. But if it can fit in their plans and they can work, if they can make this fit into their plans, I'm fine with it. But I gotta hear from them. I'm not messing up the mall, guys. I'm just not. So it's the one property that I'm gonna die on. So I would, so we have more clear understanding, I don't know, and Mr. Logue, it's your call if you want to bring them back up to talk, but I would almost entertain a motion to table it until after the appellate courts make their decision to really see what they have to say. Now, if time is money for them, they don't want to do it, then I understand that. Well, what's your thoughts?
I gotta ask a question first on timing, because is there not a time period from when this is what's the longest that it would be able to be tabled?
Yeah.
The applicant
Yeah.
can choose a withdrawal and do that?
Yeah, we could put, if the applicant would voluntarily ask to table it, we could have them submit a letter to table it and then reposition it, you know, contingent on that. I don't know, I mean, you could table this, they could withdraw it and resubmit it. We would obviously reopen it under the same case file, things like that. If that's something,
Is it kind of the same pathway if it was a denial?
yeah, I mean, they
To
could
resubmit.
yeah, it's just resubmit.
Same case file?
Yeah, I mean, that would get you the same outcome, and
Okay.
they'd at least have an answer.
Yeah.
They'd have an answer for now, and then knowing the context of the conversation that was on the record here.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So I appreciate where Mr. Dills is coming from. I guess my concern is, you know, I don't know when the appellate court's going to rule, and nobody knows how they're going to rule. This could wind up in the Ohio Supreme Court. It could be, who knows how long, maybe years. I don't know. I don't know how these things work or how much time it takes to work these things through the system, but I know they're not quick. Before we even know with certainty who wins or who loses. And of course, we know we're 5 years out from the you know, those covenants expiring entirely. And then, you know, the veto people lose their veto power. You know, how long are we asking them to hold off on this? Or, you know, if we're going to table it, for how long? Are we talking a few months? Or are we talking 5 years or somewhere in between? That's all.
You know, I mean, time is money, and it's potentially unfair to give them any type of firm answer. That's why I think I'm of the perspective to ask for a motion for denial of it. If you're concerned about vacancies of buildings, I think could be noted that you still have a vacancy in the township, because if they were to build into this store, then that Pep Boys or whatever, that old store location by 32 is vacant right there now too. And so, like, unfortunately, that's a result of the circumstances. And they may choose to move out of the township regardless, but I think that it's a booming township with a lot of need. And if they've been down and underperforming at that store, I'd say it's because the ODOT construction's not complete right there. As soon as that ODOT construction's complete, it's probably gonna be one of their top sales performing stores on that side of town. And that's probably all I can share or say about that. But I'm just, that dynamic's in my mind, that you're trading one vacancy for another vacancy. And that's just a perspective. But I know at the end of the day, it's what the residents gave us the command to basically move forward with for the mall property. Trustee Dills, do you have something?
I'm patient.
Okay.
I don't think, you can replace AutoZone with any business. I want the mall to be developed the right way. I want to get it right. So, and I would like to hear, I need to make sure it fits in the mall plans, so the vision. So, it's either A, no vote, or B, we table it. That's where I'm at. So, it's okay for either one of you.
Yeah, further comments? Yeah, I can bring you back up.
Thank you for the opportunity to come
Yeah.
back up, and certainly appreciate the conversation and the discussion. Some very, fair and good points on all sides. A couple of thoughts, some of which may be off the cuff, some of which may, or I would have been in the initial presentation. One thing to consider is that AutoZone is not acquiring the property. That is typically what they do. In this case, this is a lease. That lease is for 10 years with a couple options. So that may be something to consider, knowing that the mall is in limbo, and knowing that, and to your point, Mr. Dills, there's a rumor that there might be a ruling on the Kroger scenario, but that probably may likely get appealed, and that may languish for years, which leaves everything around it in limbo for that entirety. And that certainly, that timeline certainly is one that we can't weather. If this is 6 months, a year, 3 years, whatever it is, that's, we need to consider other options. So hopefully the notion of having a lease in place, it solves a need, and that need is to fill a vacant building that is a very obvious blight on, right on the Eastgate frontage there. It fills that space, it's productive, the whole building is functioning. And then in 10 years, when that lease is maturing, if that's no longer the highest and best use, and it may not be at that point, at that point, the mall may be in redevelopment, we don't know, but it may be, there may be other serious changes there. The retail climate may have changed, mixed use may have changed, we don't know what that climate will be. So this is, in some ways, an excellent, in my opinion, way to fill the building, make it productive, keep a good retailer in the community for a number of years, and then at that time, it's something that can be revisited. So just something to consider. Another thing to consider too is, I come to a lot of public meetings and for other retailers, and I'm very used to hearing a lot of residents opposing something. That there are no residents here, I understand that they've considered and heard a master plan, but it appears that no one is staunchly opposed to this project. It has been publicly noticed, and no one is upset enough to come and speak against it. So I think that's always an important consideration as well. And a final thought there too is it is a property that we're bounded by all the various agreements, but it is a separate fee simple parcel. I don't imagine a scenario in which there would be eminent domain that would be appropriate, or other vehicles to force this property into mall redevelopment. This is a standalone parcel, and so at such time, the Hall Group or whoever owns it at the time would need to approach the building's ownership and purchase the building just like any other private sector transaction would be. So you know, there is a fine plan. It's a terrific, you know, master plan for the mall, but it would require a private party sale of this parcel to involve the parcel in whatever redevelopment for the mall. So just, you know, again, just a couple of off-the-cuff thoughts, but just wanted to share those things. If that helps or hurts, you know, your thoughts on this.
Thank you, Mr. Michaels. You said you represent national clients nationally. What other clients do you represent?
My firm represents Dollar General. We get a lot of complaints about those. We also work with Bridgestone, Firestone Auto Care Centers. We work with Racetrack, the gas stations in the southeast. We work with Dutch Brothers, the coffee drive-thrus. In the past, we've worked for CVS and a number of other you know, large Fortune 500s.
Okay. Trustee Dills, Trustee Becker, anything further?
Yeah, actually, you bring up a lot of good points for what it's worth. If I was an attorney, I would argue the same points. So well done. Once we approve it, the 10-year agreement, I mean, it's approved, so who's to say you don't do it for another 20-year extension, though, is my only thing. And no one has any say over that. Question is probably more for Mr. Hackney, though, is why or how did AutoZone fall into your lap, and why them as a tenant as opposed to somebody else?
So ultimately, I'll defer. I'll let you know. They approached you.
So we've had a number of people reach out. Pickleball was one option.
That's a good idea.
That's very popular. Goodwill would love to be there. One group is very interested in turning that into a large office building. All of those were uses that would likely be very problematic with the other mall owners that would require them. When we had the issue of the bank coming up on the corner, that became a money thing. Hey, you want to put the bank there? The bank's not bothering anybody. I mean, it's a beautiful Chase Bank, but it was if you want our permission, we'd like some money. So I get a little bit nervous when I hear you saying, like, let's reach out and see what they say, because that's like an invitation to, what are you going to do for us to say we like this? Which they don't have any right to. I mean, it's its own parcel. And now we're going to have to go crawling to these guys to get their permission for something they don't have permission to block. Whatever they want to do with the mall is not going to impact. It's different ownership completely. As far as I know, it's a fight between it being a Kroger and a Costco, what they want to put there. What we put here is not going to impact that. Their plans should in no way be coming across our parcel because they don't own it or control it. But back to your question as to how we ended up with them, we used a national broker to go out there and look for tenants, and it has been, I feel like I've been very much caught in the middle where I've got AutoZone saying, you know, we don't have to be here, we don't have to be in this township, we don't want to agree to anything, we don't want to agree to anything. And then, you know, I've got the township doing a very good job of saying, hey, we have this master plan, we need some concessions, you gotta work with us, and there's kind of me in the middle being like, I got a group of people who invested with us back in Virginia. I totally understand the township's perspective of let's do the right thing for the mall, and I want to do that. That's how we operate. I don't want to lose this tenant that I think it's probably the only first-class Tier 1 retailer that's going to come in and make this look nice. There's a lot of guys who will come in and not keep it up and not put a lot of money in that would take that all day long. Pickleball is hot right now. It's probably not going to be hot in 5 years. To me, that's like frozen yogurt, you know. It's a big deal, but this is a first-class retailer that is in front, it is a part of a retail complex. And it's probably the very top tier one. So the whole grass thing that you're seeing right there, that was us saying like, let's give up, let's do what we need to do to sort of give to the township and if we need to do some more, I want to do some more, because the last thing I want to do is say, hey, you know what, this is not a development. The zoning code is written for a development. This is a change of use, one retailer to another. We shouldn't even be going through this process. I'm not trying to make that argument. I'm trying to say, let me meet in the middle and get you guys, but I just, the way this push-pull has been going, if we go back, AutoZone is gonna say, you guys failed, we're gonna go figure this out. And I think that it's not at all guaranteed that if this thing sits vacant for 5 years, that at the end of that 5 years, there's just gonna be a slew of retailers ready to show up and lease it. I mean, it could be vacant for 10 years, because who knows what's gonna happen with that mall. I hope that's not the case, but I know we would really struggle mightily to pay the taxes and keep it going and operating vacant for that long.
Does your investment company normally, and the folks you represent, do you normally buy and sell, or do you buy and hold with these leases, or normally, what's typical?
Yeah, so when you invest with us, what we say is that we have to sell within 7 years, because it's illiquid. You want to know that you're going to get your money back at some point, so we don't just hold on to it and collect management fees the whole time. If something goes wrong, like we hit COVID and nothing's selling, or we're in the Great Recession, we can get some extensions, but it's a cycle. And in this case, we raise them in groups. So this one we started in 2014, I think, or maybe 16. And it was a group of 13, and this is the very last one of that grouping. And selfishly, it has nothing to do with what we're here for today, but that's the one, I mean, it's meaningful for us to be able to finish it and go to our investors and say, like, look, we did a good job, we finished this. We gave you all your money back, and we did a great job with all the properties.
So whoever, AutoZone's the tenant, but you'd probably put the building up for sale once they're in it to give the money back to the investors. Is that correct?
That
makes
is
sense.
correct.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
and that's the idea of the easement too, is we're gonna put all of the pieces in place now so that they're there. It doesn't matter if we're the owner or not.
I understand. Have you seen the master plan?
Yes, I think one of the slides had a big fountain right in the middle of where the building is. And
So you have my full blessing to go find yourself a different property. But when you say AutoZone says to you that they don't have to be here, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. This is Claremont County. This is Eastgate. We're gonna find the right, whether we messed up or not earlier, a couple years ago on a vote with the mall, I don't know, it's here to be seen. But I would not mess up again. This mall is a gem of the east side of Cincinnati. So you have my full blessing to go and find a property in our township. And Mr. Wright is the best, he'll find a different one for you. But if AutoZone says to us and to you, we don't have to be here, I gotta tell you, the east side, that property is so valuable, and I'm not trying to, I guarantee your bank account's probably tenfold larger than mine will ever be. However, I know the value of that property. That's why we're very picky choosy. And I would say that I don't think we'll have, not we, but whoever won't find any problem, once the master plan is laid out, to find a tenant or a builder for that. That's why Chase was interested in it. That's why AutoZone is interested in it. And I guarantee you that's why the next big A-plus Tier 1 tenant will be interested as well. I don't think there'll be a problem finding it. But if AutoZone says they don't have to be here in Eastgate, okay.
I don't wanna put words in
We
their
have
mouth.
50,
Yeah.
I don't think you understand. Go ask Costco how bad they want to be here.
Sure.
Go ask Menards how they want to be.
Well, I know Kroger does. Yeah.
So that property is a gem. But if AutoZone's saying to you, hey, we don't have to be in Union Township, I would say, okay.
Well, I shouldn't have put words in their mouth.
So,
at
but,
all. Could I just ask one question, though? Anticipating what might be an issue is if we go out and we're marketing it, and other retailers are looking, and they're gonna say, well, if you didn't get permission, why should I take the time to do this study and go through this long period of trying to do this and get a lease done, only to say, yeah, we don't like that, or we don't like this. And since we might be tabling it, or if we're not tabling it, we're gonna deny it, maybe come back, is there a way that we could get you all comfortable that it's not a mistake? I just was hoping to get a little bit more color on the like, hey, how do we do it to make sure that you guys are like, this is exciting and, you know, this is it?
Can't speak for the other two, I want to speak for me.
Yes, sir.
But I would want to plant your AutoZone on the master plan, and since you have to have all five, but since Hall Property Group controls, I'm gonna throw a percentage out, the majority, we'll say 60%, 70% of the land, I want it to fit in the master plan, and it's gotta look good. And I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Your job is to fill a tier one tenant and go sell your investors, sell the property and get their money back and make some profit. My job, you don't understand, the residents will rake us over the coals if we don't represent them the way we want. And this small property is more valuable, not valuable dollar-wise, it's sentimental. I don't think you understand when I say sentimental. I don't think you understand that. It's sentimental. And so, if I was a resident, knowing that the mall has been dead and we want to do it the right way, it's just got to be done the right way. That's why I would say, hey, go look across the street. Go do, and Mr. Lowe's got a point. When that overpass at Glen Estee Withensville's opened up, I bet you AutoZone's business does take up, but I don't know. I'm not an expert. But what I'm saying is, this is a sword that I'm willing to die on, is this mall. I will not get it wrong. That's for me. My vote's 1 of 3, but I'm not going to get this wrong. So if you show me the master plan with AutoZone on it, and I have the experts being probably the mall owner and probably Kroger, probably grandmas, J.C. Penney dealers, whatever. I'm gonna discount them.
Right.
You show me they got their blessing with a mall master plan that we put a lot of money and energy in, that the residents will love, rock on.
Okay.
But you don't understand, this is a sentimental for us, and it's sentimental for the 50,000 residents. This is the #1 thing in the entire county, entire county, so we gotta get it right.
That's really helpful.
But if AutoZone says we don't have to be in Eastgate,
I shouldn't have said that, but they were saying.
Okay.
They didn't say that.
Okay.
They didn't say that.
Just
That's-
so you know.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank
okay,
you.
fair enough.
Trustee Becker?
Yeah, I want to talk about the knowns, the unknowns, and the ideal. So the ideal is, going in reverse sequence, the mall goes through this grand redevelopment, and it's a regional attraction. That's what we all want to see. And I hope that occurs, and the sooner the better. Unknowns, what's going to happen with the Kroger lawsuit in the appellate court? Could go either way, I don't know. It's an unknown. But then the knowns. So we have a blighted building. There's no prospects of it becoming anything other than an AutoZone at this point. There's also, when we talk about the current character of the neighborhood, so to speak. There's a fire center right there, there's an Advanced Auto Parts right there. AutoZone doesn't sound like that's out of character with what's currently in that immediate area.
That's a good point.
So I'm in favor. I'm only one vote?
Okay. So I've heard two additional pieces of data real fast, and that's, and this is, public meeting, so I know time is money and it costs you guys money no matter what, but at the same rate, you shared some of the fund strategy, and I get that, so, but just for the board, that they're hearing what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is, they've got their last building in the fund that they've got to close to return money to the investors. So they need to get it leased up, so in 2 years or something, they can sell it and get return of investment, which is going to be, right, what they want to do, get the highest return for the investors. Highest return for the investors. Sold AutoZone for the next 20 years, who knows? It's someone brand new. the value of that property, sorry to be said, but it's now incrementally higher. It's incremental change. Incrementally squeezed for a couple more percentage points back to an investment group in Virginia. If it doesn't go forward and it sits vacant, it sits blighted, or per se that term, or sits vacant, it doesn't artificially and incrementally bring up the land value around the mall. And value's not overpriced for the redevelopment cost that truly has to occur there. Because our investment group is our residents, and, you know, that's where I'm standing on it. And that's where we kind of have to be. They not ask for incremental change, they ask for something significant. I think that they understand that it's gonna be time, a little bit of time, and we'll be able to attract it, so. I'm going to call for a motion in accordance with section 1310 of the zoning resolution, to receive a motion to deny the focus area overlay district application as submitted.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll call.
Hold on. Okay, so, can you just,
To deny it.
so a yes vote is to deny, a no vote would be to approve.
So the motion is in to deny it, and a yes
So-
vote would be to deny it. A no vote.
Can you switch it up to make it easy and just say vote to approve it?
Mr. Chairman, I believe, I could be mistaken, but I believe under Robert's rules.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every motion has to be in an affirmative.
Okay.
Correct, yes. So
So
you have to make a motion.
So
to
let's make the
approve
regular motion
Yeah.
to,
making a motion to approve.
it.
okay.
Yeah.
Does that do it correctly, Corey?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I'll have to defer to.
We don't actually, we don't have to,
Mr.
we actually don't
Becker,
have
he
to
spent a
follow
lot of
Robert's
time on
rule.
that.
We actually don't have to follow Robert's
Yeah.
rules
I did-
at this board meeting. I dug into that years ago.
So.
You're the chairman, you do
Yeah.
whatever you
I
want.
agree though, Mr. Becker, makes it easy.
So we've done it both ways. I know Mr. Campbell's been here a long time, I've been here a long time. You know, we've had a motion to approve, motion to deny.
Just
We
get the
don't
record
really
correct.
follow it. Mr. Becker spent a lot of time at the State House. They're probably more,
They don't
Hard
use all
in.
the rules.
I'd like to keep a
Follow-
motion
yeah, right.
as made, motion
So-
to deny, and a yes
Yeah.
vote denies it.
Okay.
We don't
I
have to
would-
follow
Well,
Robert's
you're
rules.
chairman.
Yeah,
I
we
have to
don't
do what you
follow
want.
it. As long as he gets the record correct, that it's denied.
So for clarity's sake, if you're making that motion, a yes vote is denial, a no vote is approval.
Yes.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Okay, so the motion is to
Okay.
deny.
Or if someone would want an approval, then they'd raise the motion to approve,
in the motion.
and the
there
motion
be a
would either pass or
disposition
fail.
on that.
Right now, it's a motion to deny. And that motion can pass or fail. And then you go to another motion.
Mr. Campbell, I think we've had motions to deny before.
Yes.
So, I think we can
We
roll.
haven't, it gets
Yes.
With
into
that.
a debate about what
Yeah.
Robert's rules and order or otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't follow, it's not in our board rules.
You okay if I make a clean one?
Whatever you
Okay.
want to do.
I'm sorry. Well, it's your call. It's your.
I just want to take the vote. We're ready to vote.
All right, so moved. Did you second it?
Yeah.
You did.
Okay.
So call the roll. Motion to deny?
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time. Thanks, guys.
Good discussion.
Do you want to make a motion to recess?
Yeah, well, I'll entertain a motion to just recess for 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry, I was asking.
Yeah.
Yes, I moved.
Brief recess.
Brief recess?
Brief recess, 5 minutes, yeah.
Yep,
Is that a motion?
I'll
Second.
take a motion, yeah. Second.
Mr. Campbell?
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
We're going to take a brief recess at 8:03 PM.
All right, perfect.
Becker's the one with the gavel typically. I've always thought it's kind of ornamental, like you hang it on a tree. It's just, I mean, look at it. All right. Motion to return from recess.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
We're out of recess at 8:11 PM.
All right, gentlemen, old business, seeing none, move forward with new business. Got the consent agenda, item alpha, this items 1, 2, and 3. Approval of minutes at item 1 for Alpha and Bravo, October 14th, 2025 regular meeting minutes, October 14th, 2025 zoning meeting minutes. Item 2, the approval of payments is prepared by Mr. Campbell, fiscal officer. Item 3, the approval of monthly financial reports is prepared by Mr. Campbell, fiscal officer. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Yeah, second.
Hearing no discussion, roll call, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Dills? Yes. Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item Bravo, motion agenda. Item 1 is approval of purchase orders. Mr. Wright, do you want to introduce any of the
Sure.
purchase orders?
Let me make sure my mic's on. Yep. First purchase orders for the Service Department, JCM Maintenance LLC. This is to retrofit another ambulance that we were able to salvage, one of the international diesels that we were able to salvage from the fire department as part of their repositioning last year. And the first retrofit was successful, and this is the second retrofit. That is for $38,226.69. The second purchase order, and is actually related to an agenda item we have this evening, for a disposal resolution, truck 59. Truck 59 is an '04 F-550. It failed DOT inspection this year. The word I got is it is not safe, nor will it ever be safe or roadworthy, and we are pursuing a scrap disposal on that. This is an emergency replacement for truck 59. This is to Rush Truck Centers of Ohio for a 2025 Ford F600 snowplow truck. So an F600 looks like a 550 to everybody. It's got a little heavier duty, chassis and other stuff, and be able to do a little bit more, and that's $125,591.35. This is sort of an emergency purchase for snowplow, for snow operations, as we need to backfill that. Talked to Mr. Campbell. We have the funds available to handle this purchase, and this is literally a unit that, as I understand it, we can take somebody up with a check and drive it back, right, like within a day or two, correct? Yep, Friday. Okay, 2 days, sorry. So those are the two purchase orders I have for the board this evening.
Okay. Gentlemen, I will entertain a motion to approve the purchase orders.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item 2, Union Township purchasing card and tax exempt policy. Mr. Wright, do you want to say?
Sure,
introduction
just
on
be
that?
brief. We actually have a purchasing card policy, so that's not new. What we did was we amended the policy to also include a tax exempt policy. There was some recent auditor estate guidance that came out regarding the use of the township's tax exempt certificate, and the amendments to the policy are generally related to guidance from the Ohio Department of Taxation, which is pushed down through the auditor's office and local governments. Basically, if you use a tax exempt certificate, the local government has to buy it. If somebody goes and uses, and gets reimbursed for an expense, they have to pay the sales tax at the time of the exemption, or at the time of the transaction. They then can get the sales tax reimbursed by using a special form, and don't ask me the number on the form, I don't know. I think Lisa knows the number of the form, I do not know, or I forgot. But you have to submit a form, and it's so the Department of Taxation can track, and so that people aren't cheating with regard to sales tax exempt certificates. So, really exciting, but that's something we have to do for compliance purposes for the auditor estate, because literally when they come in for their audits, they look at on their checklist, do you comply with bulletin this? Do you comply with bulletin this? Do you comply with this bulletin? And so this is just a housekeeping issue, so.
Okay. Gentlemen, do you have that motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item Charlie, legislation agenda. Motion, all right, so we've got resolution 2025-61. This is a resolution regarding EMS billing fees and practices for non-residents. It's amending the practice of charging fees for emergency ambulance transport services provided by Union Township Fire Department and authorizing amended practices and the policies, procedures that govern the assessment and collection of charges for said services from non-residents, and authorizing Township Administrator to execute agreement or any documentation as required with Medi-Count and management to really collect on those services. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion you need to have?
Yep.
Roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Resolution 2025-62, this is a resolution repealing Pearl Apartments TIF. Mr. Wright, can you give us a little bit of background on that?
So when the Pearl Apartments TIF was established in 2019, the township did not control all of the land in that vicinity, and we were only able to TIF the areas that we controlled for the project. Since that time, the Eichholz Roundabouts project has gone through for the township to deliver a larger project. And so it's actually easier to end a TIF that is not performing at all and reform a new one than that. Yeah, I don't actually think you can add parcels to an existing TIF. So it's just a matter of you get rid of the old TIF, and then if and when a development advances due to that assemblage, which has been our past practice and history here, we would advance a new TIF concurrent with that, probably early in '26. So.
Gentlemen, we'll seek a motion to approve resolution 2025-63. I'm sorry, -62.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Likewise, item 3, resolution 2025-63 is a resolution repealing the terra firma TIF. Gentlemen, do you have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Hearing no discussion, roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item 4, resolution 2025-64 is a resolution initiating zoning text amendment. Do we have a motion to approve the zoning text amendment?
So moved.
Second.
Have any discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Mr. Campbell?
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item 5, resolution 2025-65 is a resolution adopting Union Township cybersecurity plan. Do you have that motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Hearing no discussion, roll call. Mr. Campbell?
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item 6, resolution 2025-66 is a resolution establishing reasonable charges for Union Township Fire and Emergency Services. Gentlemen, do you have that motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Do we have any need for discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to hear some details. I think
All
the
right.
public would like to hear some details.
Sounds good. Let's do that.
Sure. So part of the, our continuous process here is to identify areas where operationally we can be more efficient. One of the main issues that we have is that an increasing or ever increasing sort of use of the fire and EMS services for what we would call non-emergency responses, particularly by businesses. And so we EMS bill residents. We are now going to EMS and balance bill non-residents. And there is a need to bill businesses for repeated use of our services for non-emergent calls and non-emergent transports due to abuse, basically shifting their liability onto the township. And this is something that I think is becoming more and more commonplace. So this does give the township the ability to bill for that. Now, there is a policy that allows us to look at extenuating circumstances, whether businesses are in a special taxing district like a JED or something where they're paying another way. But basically what you have right now is the ability to pay for repeat offenses where they're calling for bad labs or a lift assist or whatever. And we still want people to call when it's an emergency. Absolutely. We will never deny, and it's specifically in the policy and in the resolution, that we will never deny a transport if somebody wants to take a ride on an ambulance. But this does allow us to bill for excessive use of fire and EMS for non-emergent calls. And that's essentially what this does. This is about cost recapture and making sure that we're operating efficiently.
John? Yeah, no, I think it's great. I started tracking just how many calls for service that were going out to the different centers throughout the township, and it's exactly that. You can see it. It's a higher count. It's really actually terrible because a lot of businesses operate in which they charge, when I was quoting stuff for my parents, $10,000 plus type of month for a service that should be high quality, and then they employ people that either are understaffed or underskilled, that in the event that there's a simple thing like a fall or a lift assist, meaning like you're in a chair and you can't get up, they call the fire services and they call in our people, and it shifts the cost of the business cost to the taxpayer. So anyway, glad you guys were able to keep on top of this and kind of run the traps on it, because it's something we need to do. Yeah, Trustee Bills.
So, Mr. Wright, just for clarity's sake, I already know the answer to this question, but just for the record, if I'm a resident of Union Township, I get in a car accident, I need an ambulance, there's no charge.
Well, so.
Because residents aren't charged for an ambulance.
No, we EMS bill residents, okay? But they soft bill.
Correct.
We don't soft bill, we don't send our residents to collections. Basically, people submit it to insurance. The insurance pays, Medicare or Medicaid pays. That's basically what happens.
Correct.
For residents. For non-residents, they're gonna get sent to collections. That's the prior resolution. This charges the facility for the use of non-emergent calls.
So if you have a business that constantly calls us
Yes.
and it's a non-emergency.
Yep.
Got it, okay.
Yep.
fair enough.
We want to encourage the right behavior. All right. Just really alignment of incentives, really. So, roll call, please. We
Mr.
have a
Dills?
motion.
Yeah, we have a motion, a second. Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item 7, Resolution 2025-67 is a then and now certificate, J. Honer's Building Maintenance. Do we have a motion to approve that?
So moved.
Second.
Hearing no discussion, roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Resolution, number 8, Resolution 2025-68 is resolution authorizing safe routes to school grant application. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Yes.
Do you have a need for discussion?
No.
He's ready to go.
Second.
All right, roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Got ahead
Motion
of
carries.
myself.
Resolution 9, Resolution 2025-69 is a nuisance abatement resolution. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any need for discussion?
Just a comment, I did a drive-by of both of those properties
Yep.
today.
Yep.
And the one on Forest Haven, it just looked like, from what I could tell, again, a drive-by in the rain, somebody just needed to mow the lawn. And on Romar, it looked like there was a bunch of disabled automobiles, several, that are in the driveway and on the property. So, yeah, I concur with both of those. They need to be cleaned up.
Okay. All right. Roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item 10 is Resolution 2025-7070, resolution authorizing disposal of obsolete property. We have that motion to approve. This is the 2013 Ford E350 ambulance.
So moved.
Second.
Hearing no discussion, roll call.
Yes.
You want?
Discussion. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, just tell us, Mr. Wright, tell us, I guess I'm more interested in some of the details of why it wasn't roadworthy. Was it a sudden
this is-
failure, or
no,
was the frame
no,
cracked, or what happened?
That's resolution 2025-71.
Am I in the wrong one?
Yes. This is a ambulance that we've
Oh.
got 12 years of service out of that another political jurisdiction is going to purchase from us. There was an update to the agenda. You have the item.
Okay, I got the wrong agenda.
Yep.
My bad.
Okay.
No further questions?
All right, roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item 11 is Resolution 2025-71 is resolution authorizing disposal of obsolete property. This is a 2004 Ford F-550. Do we have that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Sure, I can provide an answer to Mr. Becker's question if it pleases the board.
Yeah, once again, I got ahead of myself. Yes, that's right.
So we do a DOT inspection on these. The word I got back was the only thing holding the front end together was the snow plow brackets. So over time, these vehicles, they see a lot of salt, a lot of abuse,
It's a 2004.
and it's 21 years
21
old.
years old, yeah.
And it's basically Swiss cheese. And the DOT inspection report was so bad that we're recommending that we're not even gonna auction it, we're just gonna send it for scrap. We can't in good conscience auction that vehicle.
Frame rusted out.
Yeah.
I thought I saw something somewhere where Woodlawn was buying something from us. Was
We
it
just did
Woodlawn?
That was the ambulance.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the Village of Woodlawn purchased the ambulance. That's the resolution we just approved.
Yeah, I was confused those two. Thank you.
Okay.
Take care of it, Mr. Taylor.
That's all, Chairman.
All right, roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logan?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, we're to comments from the board. Trustee Dills.
All right, gentlemen, something a little bit, I don't know if it's popular or not popular, but, and Mr. Logan, actually, I owe you an apology because you are chairman of the board and you should get first dibs, and I apologize. So last month, Channel 12, I think, contacted all three of us, and I met with one of the news reporters out at the front of the Sears building, Kroger building, in front of the mall, and normally I would have kicked that one to you, and I appreciate you letting me have that one. So basically, and actually, the reporter was slightly off, and it was, the message was, so there wasn't homeless people at the mall. There was homeless people at the Sears building, the Kroger building, and it wasn't like they're everywhere. There's just a handful or a few of them, and then, but somebody called and reported it, and that's why the reporter called us. So I don't want to be long-winded, but I think it's embarrassing that our county doesn't have an answer for the homeless problem in our county. And I have talked to a number of our police officers, I've talked to our chief, I've talked to several sheriff deputies, and I say, hey, in your opinion, is homeless, is it an issue or no? And it's unanimous, everyone has said yes. And I said, what do you do when there's a homeless person in front of a store, or what somebody calls or whatever? There's nothing they can do. They basically take them somewhere and just drop them off. There's nothing they can do. And then the entire county, if you're in Pierce Township, Batavia, Goshen, Ohio, Tate, doesn't matter where you're at, and they get a coupon, a voucher, the only way they can be housed is at our hotels on Beachmont Avenue, which there's two hotels. I thought Beachmont Motel was a part of it, but I guess they recently rescinded. They no longer accept vouchers. But the Days Inn and the Red Roof Inn are the only place in this entire county where homeless are sent to with a voucher, and that's it. And so, the homeless shelter was shut down back during COVID, and they sold the building. And I think it's a shame that, and I've spoken to 2 out of the 3 county commissioners, and I like them, I get along with our county commissioners, but I think it's a shame they've not done a darn thing about it. They kind of, in my opinion, kicking the can down the road, and if they see or hear this message, that might make them upset, but tell me where I'm wrong. And I also think it's embarrassing, I like dogs just as much as anybody else, but the county spends nearly $1 million on an animal shelter, and we spend 0 on a homeless shelter. I think that's inhumane, and honestly, I don't see how anybody can go to church on Sunday and sleep at night knowing that we spend $1 million for animal shelters and nothing for homeless people. So we're coming up to winter, and there's basically one church in this entire county that spearheads it, and that's One Way Church out in Batavia. So a small little church out there houses homeless when the temperatures get frigid, but the county doesn't do anything except for give them coupons and put them on in Union Township. So the frustrating part is whenever there's an issue, and if this homeless person's from anywhere in the county and there's an issue at that hotel and the police are called, it's our police officers that are handling it. It's our EMS that's handling it, and it's our taxpayers in Union Township, and it's unfair. So I'm going to give the commissioners and their administrator a chance to develop a plan, which doesn't appear there's any plan, and if they don't, then I hate to put it on Mr. Wright, but he's a master at this, and Ms. R, but we're going to conduct a plan and present it to them of some sort. I don't want to do that. They should be able to do that because this is their territory. It's the whole county. But it's kind of one of those things, if not me, then who? If not when, then, now. So, and I'm not asking for either one of you two to jump on board with what I'm saying. You don't have to comment at all. But there's an issue. We have 220,000 residents. Roughly 1,500 of them are homeless. And there is absolutely zero being done about it. So, and and I'm not a mental health expert. I'm not here to solve problems as far as why somebody became homeless. But the fact that our county doesn't have anything, yet there's several homeless shelters in Hamilton, Warren, and Butler, and zero in Claremont County is embarrassing. So maybe it's popular, maybe it's not. I'm probably going to make a lot of elected officials very upset. And my shoot from the hip plan would be county pays for half of the bill, and then you take it and distribute it amongst the townships proportionally, evenly. So based off population, and we all pitch in and do our fair share and make something happen. But what a shame that we don't have anything at all. So I'm going to start poking the bear, and I'll have fun with it, because we're going to get something done. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks, sir.
Thanks. Trustee Becker?
First off, just a comment for Mr. Dills. I love your passion. You really have a heart, and it shows, and it's a great trait.
Thanks, sir.
And I really appreciate it. I think the public does as well. On to my own comments. Mr. Chairman, what I think I might start doing, this being the first episode of Cheapskate 101.
Yeah.
I'm saving receipts,
Dude,
and I got them in front of me. Because at the last meeting, you might recall, Mr. Dills laughed at me for going to Arby's for a steak dinner.
I still am going to laugh at you.
Well, sure enough,
Guess where I'm going Friday?
dinner for two at Arby's, $12.53.
Wow.
That included
Wow.
a steak dinner.
Did you watch, what
Wow.
did you rent from the library? Is it NCIS? Or is that
We don't rent, it's free.
what-
It's renting from the taxpayers.
John, I
Just saying, you say you don't tell me, you taught me it's the taxpayers' money, so
You
we're
came
renting
here
from
to
the
tell us about your
taxpayers.
$12 dinner at Arby's.
I'm not done yet.
Oh,
We routinely go to Gold Star Chili. Well, people complain that it's expensive to eat out, and they are correct. I'm pointing out there's a cheap way to do it. And if anybody knows cheap, it's me. Gold Star Chili, dinner for two, $9.80 before the tip. That's a weekly
Gold Star
expense.
Chili, $9.80.
Mount Carmel, yes. McDonald's, dinner for two, $7.58. Now, a little context here. The Arby's, there was some kind of discount. The McDonald's, it's like, order from the app special. Filet of fish, get free fries, whatever, something else, total order. The Gold Star, I fill out a survey every week. I get a survey to fill out. The survey gets me a free cheese coney. And also, I get these points because I'm using their app that develops points as well, so I get a free soft drink in addition to that.
I got one question for you when you're done.
And so so I'm running out of coffee. So I use I think it's actually a Mr. Coffee brand, but it's a cheap version of a Keurig, the single serve, little K-cup things. 22.7 cents per cup. I get those at Ollie's down on Beachmont Avenue. Now, that was also after a 15% off coupon. And here's an example where it must have been temporary insanity where I just went whole hog on just blowing the budget.
Whole hog on blowing the budget. Let's hear it.
It was over at Clean Eats. Wanted to check that out.
Oh, yeah.
Dinner for two, and it was good. I'm not saying it wasn't worth it, but it was out of character for the way I spend money. $22.08.
Hey-o. Okay, my one question, John, Mr. Becker, sorry, Mr. Becker. What was the last time you went to, I'm going to say a nice restaurant?
Depends on your definition of nice. But this
Yeah.
Saturday, we
Yeah.
went to
I know.
Pigskins.
So
That wasn't cheap.
I did a 100-mile race a few years ago, and me and my 4 other buddies I did it with, every year during winter to celebrate, because that was a big accomplishment for us. We go to Jeff Ruby's precinct every year. I'm going there this Friday.
Awesome.
So my one meal there will probably be more than all those receipts there.
Oh, no doubt. You'll spend more on that one meal than I spend in a month eating out. But hey, restaurant review.
It's just once a year with the guys, you know.
The Pigskin Bar and Grill. I was in there Saturday night. It was place was top. I mean, yeah, there was a guy in there with guitar and singing, and people were singing and dancing, and
Did you
it was
dance?
crowded.
Did you dance?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
So, if it's loud. It's not, it's not Gold Star Chili. It's a happening place. But, yeah, it's definitely, I'd say it's a home run from what I've seen. That was a good move, and it looks like it's going to be successful. So they have my stamp of approval. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Wait, no, I'm actually being serious. And when did you go to Pigskin?
Saturday.
Like night for dinner?
Yes.
Evening? Okay, yeah, got it, okay.
Yeah, like 5 o'clock.
I need, yeah.
Five-ish.
That's good, okay, yeah, cool. You
Okay.
can't top that one.
You're not going to ask me how much I spent at the Pigskin?
No, it's not gonna happen.
It was more than, it was about the same as all these combined.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Appreciate that. Everyone can prepare, if you're not cooking and hosting a Thanksgiving at home, you can join Mr. Becker and his wife at Arby's for $7.99, or 5 for $5, or
Hey, they got a roasted turkey thing. They got special right now. I'm looking forward to trying that.
roasted turkey with Mr. Becker on
Or grilled
on
turkey, whatever it's
Thanksgiving
called.
Day.
Deep fried
And we
turkey
can do
sandwich.
a social post about that.
That's going to be Thanksgiving dinner.
I don't think we will.
So, thank you. Yeah, appreciate the color and the context there, Mr. Becker, and yeah, Mr. Dills. You definitely have the passion for it. I'm curious to literally learn and hear more, because I knew at one point in time, the homeless and the voucher program was a bit of an issue, and I think we had that tampered down. And moving forward, I'm hearing Mr. Becker, or Mr. Dill's perspective on his feelings with the homeless. Fire and police, I don't think we track an interaction with homeless right now. I would like to try to throw that in there as part of the call for service. Let me get some understanding. And I don't mean like you and you both showed up and saw the same homeless guy, and now that's 3 homeless people. Like, I'm not gonna say identify homeless people, but if your officers had the same re-interaction with the same homeless. So it doesn't have to be completely scientific there, but is that possible to be able to have some type of, over the next month? I want to get a better understanding, because I've not, when the reporter reached out to me as if there was this concern, it was kind of news to me, except for I drove past these 2 people in the last week prior to that. They were camping out front of UDF on Chamber Drive. And then a couple days later, I saw them going up to the Milford Trailhead in Milford, crossing the bridge. And I haven't seen anyone, I watched David Winter's news report, and I thought maybe I'd see a homeless person in the video. But maybe that's like a PII thing, but I didn't see anything. So just, to me, I felt like he was, I don't know, trying to, shine light on something that I'm not fully aware of right now, and I want to become more aware of. So, like I said, I've definitely have seen these people, but I don't know if that's the same 2 people. Is it the same 2 people moving around, or is there more? So that's why I would love if there's some possible way to have an interaction count. Maybe that would be helpful, so we know what the impact is, and that'll help with the plan, that if there's a plan that's going to come together or not, or at least we know what the impact is around all that. So
So to put in
Is that possible?
perspective, I'm sorry, answer your question.
is that possible, Chief?
What we can do is when our people go out with somebody that we believe we can verify is homeless, we can do what's called field contact. That's a measurable, quantitative piece of documentation that we have.
Okay, okay, I don't imagine that's gonna be like a, you know, an annual, long-term, but maybe with this, the visibility of it right now, kind of as a special interest item. I think that'd be great. Are you good with that?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. When the temperatures get, so One Way Church is actually adding on to their building simply for housing homeless, not from full-time, just during the winter, during
Yeah.
frigid temperatures. I was there last winter, and, you know, and the whole place is packed. So, it exists, it does. They're obviously just not, they're not out and about.
Is that like short-term, like overnight?
Yeah, you know,
Or how's it work?
you know what I mean, rules are rules, and I get it. You know what else is frustrating was, I think, don't hold me to this, but that if they held them for more than 4 days, 3 days or 4 days, they had to get a permit, and it's just a way for government to get money, which is garbage. You think they'd waive that for them? So they had to literally take the homeless, drop them off for 24 hours, then re-pick them back up to bring them back, so they didn't go past the permit line or whatever it was. And I'm just like, come on, government red tape.
So what's
but-
One Way Church use? Is it like a gymnasium,
No, they have the youth room.
a youth
Yeah, and
room?
then now, but they're building onto it.
What's
And
that
so-
like? Is it just an open, big
It's
open room?
just an open room, yeah. They clear out everything for it, and they put cots all over and everything. You see it, it's just ridiculous. It's just frustrating that, come on. The problem is it's a money issue, and if they really wanted to try to solve it, they'd solve it. They haven't exhausted all grant efforts, they haven't exhausted all public-private partnerships, asking if a business would step up to help sponsor it. They haven't asked for donations, they haven't asked townships, put pressure on townships to help pay. They haven't done anything. So it's just honestly really pisses me off that they haven't even tried anything since they sold the shelter. And they've kicked the can down the road, and that they're putting them all at our hotels on Beachmont, and there's no solution. It's like, this is why you're elected. It's like, come on. But to dump $1 million to help animals, trust me, I got a dog. It's, you know, trust me, I get it. But the zero? Come on, how do you sleep at night? Especially this winter, while all of our, you know, our commissioners make over 6 figures. They're sleeping in their nice houses, and yet there's 1,500 people in Claremont County, and they have literally not even a plan. Like, they should be embarrassed. I said what I said, and I'm friends with the commissioners. I said what I said. And I don't know how they can not even put a plan together, at least get the ball rolling, even if it's not for another year, but still. It's ridiculous. So just do the right thing. So,
So it sounds like if One Way Church is at its capacity, and
Yeah.
you're in tune on this, are you proposing, or would you be in favor then of, if they're at capacity, to like open up our gym, since we have the capacity in there, and we have like showers and facilities? Is that what you would?
I would have to defer to Mr. Ray. I have no idea if we can do that or the manpower or how that works, but I'm not opposed to it. But it's still, that's a Band-Aid. And we need a homeless shelter, and we got to get the ball rolling on it, so,
I just want to make sure I'm hearing you.
yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. I want to say one other thing on, well, since it came out, I'm not going to say much on it, but since, I don't know, there's been, I think, several different places that have publicized this. There was a utilization of our safe haven box for a baby. And so, I think that's, again, it was used. And then I also believe that there was an attempt to surrender a baby doll. Was that correct? Is that a confidentiality? Is that a PII? It's not a human, it's a baby doll, right? Is that correct?
There was a baby doll that showed up.
A baby doll actually showed up and triggered the alarm?
No, did
Oh.
not trigger alarm.
Did not trigger the alarm? I was like, that would almost be either, okay. But that's correct?
Correct.
So that baby doll was not actually inducted into the system?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Good catch. Good catch. Little tricksters out there, I guess. Okay. Upcoming events, gentlemen? The Union Township Zoning Commission will meet on Wednesday, November 19th, 2025 at 7 PM to consider and review a single development case to discuss additional text amendments to the zoning resolution prior to finalization. The Union Township Board of Zoning Appeals will meet on Thursday, December 4th, 2025 at 7 PM to consider a single application. The Union Township Board of Trustees' next regular meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, December 9th, 2025 at 6 PM. Union Township government offices will be closed on Thursday, November 27th, 2025 at Friday and Friday, November 28th, 2025, in observance of Thanksgiving holiday. Wish everyone in Union Township a joyous, happy Thanksgiving. Please consider utilizing Union Township Retail Post Office located on the lower level of the Civic Center as the perfect place for conveniently handling all of your Christmas and holiday shipping needs. Gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to enter into executive session. Entertain a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22, golf as follows: to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22, golf 1. Item 2, to confer with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are the subject of a pending or imminent court action pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22, golf 3. Item 3, preparing for conducting, reviewing, and negotiations of bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22, golf 4. Item 4, to consider confidential information related to the marketing plan, specific business strategy, production techniques, trade secrets, or personal financial statements of an applicant for economic development assistance or to negotiations with other political subdivisions respecting requests for economic development assistance, provided that both the following conditions apply. Alpha, the information is directly related to request for economic development assistance that is to be provided for or administered under any provision of Chapter 715, 725, 1724, or 1728, or Section 701.07, 3735.67 to 3735.70 to 5709.40 to 5709.43, 5709.761 to 5709.69, 5709.73 to 5709.75, or 5709.77 to 5709.81 of the Ohio Revised Code, or that involves public infrastructure improvements of the extension of utility service that are directly related to the economic development project. And Bravo, unanimous quorum of the public body determines by a roll call vote that the executive session is necessary to protect the interests of the applicant or the possible investment or expenditure of public funds to be made in connection with the economic development project pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22, golf 8. Do I have that motion?
Yes, so moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
We're into executive session at 8:48 PM.
That really is impressive how you can read that like that. Oh, I can't read.
Entertain a motion to exit executive session with no action taken.
So moved.
Second.
Hearing no discussion, roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
We're out of executive session at 10:12 PM with no action taken.
Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
We're adjourned at 10:13 PM.